The puck will drop at 3 p.m. as London takes on Oshawa. The defending champs Newmarket is facing off against Milton. Guelph will play Toronto, and Markham will look to get their first win ever against Kitchener. Let's go now to Dalton and Ian to kick off the pre-game show.
Thanks, Kelsey. Welcome to the Sleeman Center. I'm Dalton Finkbeiner. Ian Duffy back with us in the booth after a 1-week hiatus, but we are back in Guelph. Very excited to get the 3HL Guelph tournament stop underway. Ian, last week we saw the Newmarket Saints take home a victory. They have kind of,
they've been one of our favorites all season.
Yeah, exactly. And they're one of the teams that, again, to watch today. Jimmy Sargent was injured last week, back at it though. And, with them showing how dominant they can be, they're kind of one of the teams to watch always.
Yeah, I think we kind of thought that they were a favorite heading in, kind of the whole way, kind of expecting big things from them. And then they finally came through. Mm-hmm. Jimmy Sargent didn't play the whole tournament, but I guess he'll be back today, and he'll be a big factor. So, I expect big things from them every week, and I think Chris McKinnon has a lot to do with that. So I think that's a big factor going in. They have the firepower, but we always talk about it. It's their balance throughout their whole roster. From top to bottom, they're very solid. They have the goaltending to steal any game. They have the top-end scoring. I think they have everything it takes to get it done in this format, and it finally showed off in Collingwood.
Let's take a look now at the bracket for today's games in Guelph. Very interesting setup here. A lot of key matchups in the first round, and the first one's very good. London against Oshawa. Charlie Stevens back for the threes. Then the defending Newmarket Saints taking on the Milton Flyers. In the third game, we have the Guelph Brewers taking on the Toronto Bees. And finally, the Kitchener Lions trying to keep the Markham Millionaires winless. And that's one matchup we're definitely going to watch, Ian, as the Millionaires are trying to get off the hump and get their first win. They're the only team who does not have a victory this season.
Well, I think if you look for them, I think if you're Kitchener, you've got to kind of be very aware of that, because I think Markham comes out in a very desperate team, because I think they want to start getting their hands into the pot as well. So this is a team that's going to come out desperate, and we always love the human high reel, right? So he can be a big factor in any game, Daryl Rothman. So I think we can expect big things out of him.
Let's take a look now at the money leaders. The aforementioned Newmarket Saints atop the leaderboard with $11,000. The Toronto Bees and Milton Flyers tied for second with $9,000 apiece. The Guelph Brewers solo in fourth, $8,000 to their names. The London Threes with $4,000 in fifth. The 88s and the Lions tied with $2,000 each. And rounding out is the Markham Millionaires, who are looking to cash their first paycheck today. And one matchup, another interesting matchup, Ian, will be the Toronto Bees and the Guelph Brewers. They have met a number of times so far throughout the tournament, usually in the second round. And they're two teams that are always threats to win.
Well, last time I was out on the tour, we saw Toronto completely change their style of play to get a win against Guelph. They really slowed the pace down, dominated the puck, were very patient. If they entered the zone, if it wasn't there, they didn't like it, they just turn around and take it back. Yeah. They just didn't want Guelph to have the puck, and it worked out for them. They ended up going on to win that tournament in Oshawa. So I think this is a team that we'll see what they do today. I don't know if they'll go with the same approach, but I think you do have to be very careful. I mean, we always talk about Guelph every week because they've got the big names. But I think, especially here in Guelph, I think you have to expect that this is a team that's going to come out. What a better place for them. There's no better place for them to get their first win than here at the Sleeman Center. So I think they're a team that's ever dangerous. And for all the expectations that they have coming in, I mean, they haven't got one yet.
Yeah.
So I think for them, you can look for them to come out and really try and get that this weekend. But it's because they have that target on their back, and I think every team that comes out and plays them so hard, they have very little room for error.
Yeah, the Toronto Bees in Collingwood were defeated by the Guelph Brewers in the semifinals, so they're definitely going to want some revenge. I think they've played each other twice already this season. This could be the rubber match. Let's take a look now at the first matchup we have. Here is the London Threes roster. Number 17, Charlie Stevens. Number 18, Spencer McCormick, Mike Burgoyne, Nathan Ansell, Patty Morgan, Tyler Townsend, Cam Salt, Lucas Baleshta, and Rich Wigmore. Rich was one of the guys. He was a big story last week. The London Threes were in the finals, but he was filling in for the injured Jimmy Sargent for the Newmarket Saints, and he actually helped them win the tournament. So, he is the only member of the London Threes who can say they've won a 3HL Tour stop, even though the team is still looking for their first victory, but definitely always a factor in between the pipes.
Yeah, I don't think that he'll be the only guy for much longer to be able to say that, because I think this is a team that, with the addition of Charlie Stevens coming back out here, Cam Salt getting back in the lineup, I think this is a team that, personally, I think they're a favorite today, to be honest. I think they'd be in one of my top 2 or 3 teams to come out. They have a great lineup. Probably a favorable matchup here against Oshawa. But I love this London team. Rich Wigmore in net, Charlie Stevens back, Patty Morgan, Cam Salt. I think this is a team that is very dangerous, and they showed that the very first weekend in Toronto when they had Charlie Stevens, and we'll see if they can reignite some of that chemistry that those guys had.
No, definitely. Charlie Stevens in that first tournament was arguably the best player on the ice, so to get him back is such a huge bonus. We talked about it earlier on that New Year's Day when he rips the puck past the net. His shot just sounds different than others on the glass. It's so heavy. And his playmaking ability, and you mentioned it, Salt and Morgan, along with Stevens, were a deadly combination for this London Threes team. They ran into some injury trouble back on New Year's Day, and now that their full team is kind of back together, they're definitely going to be eager to put on a big performance. And what do you think is the key for their game? You know, most of their offense is ran through Charlie Stevens. Do you think he's kind of the driving force behind this team?
Absolutely, and I think that one line for them that night in Toronto on New Year's, they kind of dictated the pace, and I think that's kind of proven true in a lot of these weekends, is that the teams that are able to control the pace, and kind of play to their style, they seem to have the most success. And we saw London do that first weekend when they had Charlie Stevens. He's a guy that you watch him out here, he just makes it look so easy. Mm-hmm. He's a big body, he got a long stride, he can fly goal line to goal line, very strong on the puck. He's got a rocket of a shot. He's got some creativity. We saw some fancy stick work out of him. So, I think this team, we saw that week, their puck possession. And they were so effortless. They were so patient with the puck every time. Because we saw a lot of teams come out and try and turn it into a shooting gallery.
Yeah.
That wasn't necessarily the case with London. They were coming out and try to set up everything. Sometimes you don't want to get too cute, obviously. But I think in this case, they came out very possessive of the puck, wait for the right play, and they're looking for those tap-in goals. You know, the passing plays and just get that tap-in on the back door, things like that.
And we'll now send it down to Kelsey, who's with one of the London Threes players.
Hey, Lucas, you guys were knocked out in the first round back in Collingwood. What's going to make the difference today?
Yeah, well, I think we want to come out kind of do the same things we were doing in the last tournament, maybe score a few more goals, but I think when you stick with our game plan here, I think we'll be all right.
All right, now London, your team, has 3 of the top league's 10 scorers. You also have one of the best goalies in the league. Seem like pretty good pieces to me.
Yeah, no, we do have the pieces here to make a run. I think in this tournament, we just kind of got to come together and put them all together here.
Fair enough. And now a win in the first round will bring your team back to a 500 team at 3-3. What's the importance of that?
Yeah, that's huge. I mean, I think that's where we want to be. I think we know we're capable of being there, so we just got to come out and score, I think, a few more goals here off the start, and then kind of go from there.
All right, good luck. Dalton, Ian, back to you.
Thanks, Kelsey. And Lucas Baleshta, definitely a big key to this London Threes offense, especially on New Year's Day. He had the top goal on the top 10 list, and definitely a very strong presence offensively on that back end.
Yeah, I think we kind of did him a little bit of disservice not mentioning him in the opening spiel, but he's been a key for this team from the start of the season, right up until I'm sure he will be today in this tournament, providing some big-time offense. And I think with getting Charlie Stevens Salt back in the lineup, it just makes their team that much deeper. So I think before maybe they were a little thin. I think now this team has the pieces, and I think the depth is a big factor for some of these teams. You see the teams that are dangerous with 2 different lines on the ice, that really helps.
Their opponents today are the Oshawa 88s. Their team, the 1-3 record. They've gotten off the hump, and they're just trying to get back in it. Here's our lineup quickly. Mitch Scott, Chase DeLeon, Andrew Boyle, Dylan Smallquist, Todd Hosmer, Stephen Scholik, Brandon Govea, Daniel Elrich, Taylor Fielding, and Rob Alsop. Definitely a team looking to go deep into the tournament. They're looking to make a name for themselves.
Yeah, this is an Oshawa team that I think has been a high-scoring team. Maybe not had the defensive presence that they've wanted, but I think they've got a big addition in Daniel Ehrlich today. I think this will be a good chance for them to get things going.
We'll now send it down to Kelsey, who's with Mitch Scott.
All right, Mitch, how's it going today? In the last one in Collingwood, your hometown, you got knocked out at your hometown. Not a good start for you. What's going to be the difference today?
We have a few new additions today. We have Daniel Ehrlich playing, just came back from playing in Sweden in the Swedish Elite League, so we're really excited about him. Alternatively to that, I think the new game plan is we just know a lot about this London team, see how they play, and the new over and back rule, I think, is going to play into effect for us.
Let's talk about some of those new additions. You mentioned one. Another one would be Todd Hosmer. Let's talk about the new additions, how important they are to your team.
They are important. They're really important, adding depth into our lineup. With some of the new additions, though, it's always with 3-on-3, it's different than 5-on-5. So it's a little harder getting used to the game for some of the guys. So we're hoping that these guys just fit right into the lineup. So.
All right. So the Oshawa 88's going into this one. Tell me your predictions for the day.
I'd love to say that we're taking it all home, but it's going to be tough. All the top guys here. I know that Charlie Stevens is back with London. He hasn't been in since day one, so we're going to have to watch him real carefully. And then, moving on, there's just so many good players playing today, so it'll be good.
All right. Well, good luck, Mitch. Guys, back up to you.
The 88s, as you mentioned there, Mitch Scott saying that his new additions are going to be the thing that maybe takes his team over the top.
Yeah, I think Daniel Ehrlich's a guy that maybe was kind of on the edge of that generation where, the smaller guys weren't really given a chance to make it to the next level. But he's a guy that has all the talent in the world. And I remember growing up, he was always one of the top players in our age group. So he's a guy that is very dangerous with the puck. And this is a team, though, that hasn't really had trouble scoring goals necessarily. So I think for them, you heard Mitch say, they need to kind of change their game plan a bit. I think for them, the trouble's been keeping the puck out of their net. Yeah. So I think for them, maybe be a little bit more responsible defensively, and just being aware when you're on offense that, as soon as the puck's turned over, you got to haul back, because it's a very quick turnaround and transition, and I think that's what's kind of burned them. So if they can be a little bit more responsible defensively, I think they're a dangerous team because of their ability to score, especially when you get a guy like Daniel Ehrlich in the lineup.
One thing, they were also involved in a bit of a weird game last time in Collingwood when they were taking on the Newmarket Saints. They were winning. Jimmy Sargent goes down with an injury. Their goalie they're facing today, Rich Wigmore, replaces him. Long delay kind of threw some of the teams off guard, so I think that was a bit of a weird one to be involved in. But they had all the momentum going in that game, and as you mentioned, Ian, they've shown flashes, and it doesn't seem to be tough for them to score. It's just maybe the other side of the ice that they need to focus on.
And I think, like was mentioned, Todd Hosmer is another guy who's had a great impact on this team since they picked him up. A guy that wanted to come back and play hockey closer to home. Mm-hmm. He's a guy that's a defenseman but provides big-time offense. And the 3-on-3 hockey is tailored for defensemen that can skate and join the rush and play an impact on the offensive end. Because quite frankly, you have to be. There's only two other guys on the ice. So if you're not chipping in on offense, you're not really helping anyone out there. So I think he's a guy that's had a big impact. And this is a team that I think they obviously have a tough draw in London for this first game. But this is a team, as we talked about, you come out here, and I think there's something to be said about those teams that have that little bit of a chip, that little bit of a hunger, because we're playing for money.
Yeah, no.
And ultimately, that makes it's simple to say, but it makes a big difference for guys. And there's a reason some of these guys are out here. They want to chase that cash. So I don't see why some teams maybe not be a little bit more motivated than others.
Yeah, no, and I think that, with some of these teams, there's kind of a group of teams that have separated themselves from the pack, and I think the 88s are one of those teams that want to get back into that conversation. Yeah. Only one win on the year. Them along with the Millionaires and the Kitchener Lions is something they want, they want to improve that record and not be one of the teams at the lower, so low that they can't get back into this as the season goes on.
Well, because I feel like we've said this almost every week that this is a dangerous team because of their goal scoring ability. But it's true, they just haven't quite broken through yet.
Yeah.
I think once they are able to take down one of those top tier teams, this is a big opportunity for them here against London. I think we can we'll see a change in their attitude. I think there's always something to be said about, winning cures everything, right?
Yeah.
So a team gets a bit of confidence going. We saw it with Toronto. Mm-hmm. They got hammered in Toronto at home in the opening weekend, and then they come out in Oshawa and win the whole thing.
Yeah.
Right? So the winning is contagious, and we'll see if Oshawa can get the staple win, the signature win maybe that they're looking for that can kind of propel them going forward.
Coming onto the ice now is the teams in our second matchup of the day, the defending champion Newmarket Saints taking on the Milton Flyers. Both these teams have won a 3HL Tour title, with the Milton Flyers winning the first ever tournament. And let's take a look at the Newmarket Saints lineup. Chris McKinnon, the captain. Nick Hovassian, Matt Lyle, Adam Davies, Brendan Wise, Stephen Johnson, PJ Buys, Sean Jones, Kevin Jarman, and Jimmy Sargent in net. Good to see Jimmy Sargent on the ice. He went down with that injury, and a lot of people were worried he wasn't going to be able to maybe play this week, but he looks good, and that's a big key for the Newmarket Saints.
I think it's a big key for both of these teams. I mean, maybe I'm a little biased being a goalie myself, but this is a big-time goalie matchup.
Yes.
About as good as you'll see in the 3HL. Jimmy Sargent, it's great to see him back out here because, like I said, he's a guy that has the ability to steal games.
Yeah.
And this Newmarket team obviously won in spite of him.
Yeah.
Sorry, not in spite of him, but without him last week in Collingwood. So it obviously shows that they do have the talent in front of them. You combine that with a goaltender that has the ability to steal a game. There's a reason this team won, obviously, right? So we'll see what they can do today. A tough matchup. Both of these teams obviously believe they can win because they have. So, we'll see what happens out here. But I think this is going to be one of the big matchups in the first round.
No, and as you mentioned, Jimmy Sargent, he arguably is the best goalie in the league.
Yeah.
And one guy that's always a key for the Newmarket Saints is Chris McKinnon. He's fantastic, their captain, and he's one big reason that they're one of the strongest teams in the league. Yeah,
well, we've seen him light the lamp and score a couple of highlight reel goals. So, I mean, you don't score that many points in OHL hockey by accident. He's a guy that is loaded with talent. Skating ability, hands, he's got it, presence with the puck. And I think the presence with the puck is one of the reasons that a guy like Charlie Stevens is so good. One of the reasons we praise him so much, even though this is only his second week. Chris McKinnon's another guy that has that kind of elite goal-scoring ability, makes the guys around him better. As cliche as that is, it's so true. Because there's so much open ice out here. If you're able to create those tap-in goals for your teammates, it just makes it that much easier. So this is a Newmarket team that, by all means, they have a good chance to repeat. Yeah. I think as good as chance of anyone here today of winning again.
All right, and we'll send it down to Kelsey, who's with a member of the Newmarket Saints.
All right, PJ, you're coming into this one as the number one team in this league. Do you feel an extra target on your back?
Yeah, 100%. It's something that we could say, yeah, no, it's just another game. But whenever you're the first team, you always know the other teams are coming a little bit harder, and they always want to gun for you. So we have to be ready here right off the bat.
And on top of being the number one team, you are leading the way in scoring right now for this league with 12 points. Extra pressure there too?
Maybe a little bit. It's always on the back of your mind, but no, I just got to keep doing what I've been doing. I think just keep using my speed, and when I see an opening in the net, just make sure I'm shooting there. So it's been fortunate so far. It's been going in, but hopefully it continues.
Fair enough. And my last question, you guys earned the championship last event in Collingwood. What are we going to expect from the Newmarket Saints today?
Hopefully a little bit more of the same. A lot of speed, hopefully a lot of good goaltending from Jimmy Sargent. And yeah, hopefully a lot of nice goals on 2-on-1s and breakaways because, again, our team's about speed and skill, and that's what we like to bring to every tournament. So hopefully it'll be fun for the fans.
All right, good luck. Guys, back up to you.
Heard that the Newmarket Saints, they know what the strength of their game is opening it up with their speed and their skill. So definitely they understand their identity and play to their strengths.
Yeah, and I think PJ kind of said it there. The big difference for them now is to realize that maybe they have kind of, we always like to talk about Guelph as a big-time favorite, but I think Newmarket has kind of cemented themselves. Even in Oshawa, they were in the finals, right? They played Guelph very strong the first week. So I think this is a group that, after now winning last week, they've kind of gotten better every week. Now for them, I think it's a big, maybe not a challenge for them, but I think their main priority should be not to get complacent.
Yep. And their opponents today are a team who also knows what it takes to win a 3HL Tour event. It's the Milton Flyers. Taking a look at their lineup here, Tristan Fairbairn, Kevin Willard, Jesse Messier, Carson Devine, Pat Beretta not in the lineup, Daniel Spivak, Jordan Forfar, Justin DiBendetto, Devin DiDometti, and Dave Davenport. And you mentioned it, Ian. Dave Davenport, along with Jimmy Sargent, is maybe the top two goalies in this league.
Yeah, Dave Davenport, the former Cape Breton Screaming Eagle. We saw how big of a factor he was in Toronto in the opening weekend. Kind of propelled this team to, what do we say, a Cinderella run?
Yeah.
A Cinderella run in that opening weekend. Kind of this team flew under the radar. Dave Davenport was a big reason for that. I believe in that weekend, in the 3 games, he allowed only 1 goal twice.
Yeah.
Which we've said it multiple times. We would have thought that would be unheard of in this. So, yeah, he's obviously a big factor for them today. And this is another team. Both these teams kind of match up well in the sense that they're both very balanced top to bottom. So, I think this is about as close to a coin flip as you'll get.
We'll send it down to Kelsey, who's with Jesse Messier.
Jesse, a big game today. You guys, this is the rematch actually from the semifinal in Collingwood. What's the difference kind of in this game? What have you guys been working on?
We got an extra body today, so that should help out, having 3 full lines. I wasn't able to play in the last tournament, so it'll be nice to get back into this game, especially seeing it was so tight in the last tournament.
Very tight, and now this team actually went on to win it, so now they're the defending champions. Is that intimidating at all?
No, not at all. I'm buddies with quite a few guys on that team. They got a lot of talent, a lot of skill, but so do we, so it should be a pretty evenly matched game today.
I like that. I like it a lot. Now your team has the best goalie right now, stats-wise, in the league. How important is that for your team?
Goaltending can carry a team, especially in a short tournament like this. You got a hot goaltender, he can carry you right to the final. So we're really lucky to have Davy in net for us.
All right, we're looking forward to the first one. Thank you and good luck.
Thank you very much.
Guys.
And we talked about it, Ian. We've always said the Milton Flyers have some of maybe the best depth in this league, and it's not just one guy who gets it done. It seems that it's someone different every game, and that is what makes them such a tough team to match up against.
Yeah, and obviously you give Dave Davenport a lot of credit for this team's kind of stinginess on defense, but I think it's a team thing. We've kind of seen them been one of the teams that's kind of put a priority on defense. Mm-hmm. And, we haven't seen every team do that. We kind of talked about how Oshawa has had trouble keeping the puck out of their net. Milton's one of the teams that's really clamped down on defense and created their offense through their defense, scoring in transition, etc., off turnovers. And Dave Davenport gives them a great chance to do that. Jesse Messier is a guy that has been one of the top performers in this league, so getting him back, I think, is a massive, massive key for them.
Yeah, he was the MVP on New Year's Day Classic, so definitely a big boost to the Milton Flyers lineup. And it's interesting, these are 2 teams that you could see in a different draw being in the finals against each other, and now that they have to face each other in the first round, that's just kind of the way the draw works. But teeing this one up, if you had to pick which team you think will win this one, who would you go with?
Put me on the spot here. We're supposed to be impartial, but I feel like I have this. I really am a big fan of this Newmarket team. I just like the way that they're put together. I think you heard PJ talk about it. Their speed, their skill, I think, is definitely near the top of this league, and I think it's kind of tailored towards the way you envision 3-on-3 hockey being played.
Yeah.
And so I think that's one of the things that makes them so strong. But at the same time, you just heard Jesse say it. This team by no means is intimidated by Newmarket. They're a team that's been there before themselves, and maybe has a bit of a chip on their shoulder because, no one I don't think gave them a chance to win that first tournament. We certainly didn't. No. I'm not afraid to admit that,
yeah,
but. This is a team that's a very confident group. You heard he knows this team well, so I think I give the edge to Newmarket, but I also think that if they're complacent and get behind early, it'll be tough to come back on a team that has such a good goalie between the pipes.
Yeah, I think both these teams have that ability to shut games down.
Who do you like?
I'm going to go with the Flyers just because, their team with so much depth. You heard Jesse Messier say they got an extra body that could help with a little bit of the wear and tear that goes on with playing this many games in this short of a time.
Which is big because you mentioned how big of a factor that was for London.
Yeah, in the first
which
tournament,
led to Milton winning ultimately.
Yeah, if you don't understand what we're referring to, it's in the first tournament. The London Threes took a couple injuries. They were down to about 6 guys and
5 or 6 skaters. By the end.
After playing the semifinal game and having the short break right to the
some
finals
overtime
game,
in
they were they were having a tough time with conditioning. So the amount of guys that you have is actually plays a big part in who wins and loses a game. Flipping over to the other matchup that could be considered one of the better ones in the first round is the Toronto Bees and the Guelph Brewers. These teams seem to always run into each other. They ran into each other the last time in Collingwood with the Bees getting the best of the Brewers. The Brewers getting the best of the Bees. The first time they met, the Bees beat the Brewers. So definitely a bit of a rivalry forming here between these 2 teams. And these are, like Milton and Newmarket, these are arguably the 4 best teams right now in this league.
I think so. I think this will be a good matchup. I still, even though I have some friends on Toronto, I still can't get the bias out of that Guelph team. I'm really expecting them to break out this weekend. Because being in Guelph here at the Sleeman Center, combined with their talent, I think, I said it already, but where else would you expect this team to get their first tournament win? But obviously these teams know each other very well, having played a couple times now. Toronto's thrown a couple different looks at them. I think if Guelph comes out with the sense of urgency, I don't think they won't be an easy out, that's for sure. So if you're Toronto, you got to come out. This over and back rule could be a big factor in this one, as you see how stacked this Guelph lineup is.
Take a look at that Guelph lineup. Brett McLean, Miles McLean, Matt Kennedy, Chris Chappell, Theo Peckham, Shea Kewen, Joe Underwood, Greg Sorelli, and we have Kelsey with Theo Peckham.
All right, Theo, we got a big game here today. Now you and Toronto, your team and Toronto has matched up 3 consecutive events here, this time in the first round. What's it going to look like today?
Well, they got a good team. We got a good team, and I think the one game went to overtime. Last time we beat them by 1 goal, so it should be a good game.
All right, now you guys came in second in the last event. Are you playing with a little bit of a chip on your shoulder at this one?
Huge chip. I'm out here. We're going to be physical. We're going to try to, limit their time and space. And, as long as we got 3 lines firing, we should be good.
All right, now you have 160 NHL games under your belt. Does your team look at you as kind of a leader at this kind of an event?
I don't know. They've been treating me with a lot of disrespect in the room. And, they've been questioning my ability to still play. And, I guess I gotta prove myself again.
Yeah, you got to step up today, right?
Yeah, I got to step up.
All right, you heard it here first, guys. Theo is going to score about 100 goals just in the first game here. Guys, it's back up to you.
Thank you. Well, Theo Peckham, definitely one of the most experienced guys in the room. Whether his teammates say that or not, he definitely has a lot of pro hockey experience, and he's just one of the many reasons we always say, and that on paper, this roster reads as one of the most impressive in the league.
Yeah, and Theo Peckham, you see him there. Obviously, this Guelph team, they haven't won the championship, but it's obviously he's still keeping it loose.
Yeah.
They're still having fun with this. But you got a former Guelph Storm member in Matt Kennedy. I think he's a guy that has got to have a big game today for them. He's been probably their best player. Maybe not probably, maybe definitely, actually, throughout the tour so far. He's a guy that I think now has high expectations on him to provide some offense for this team. But like we said, I think this over and back rule could maybe not work in Toronto's favor, because we saw when they beat Guelph, they used the whole ice.
Yep.
So now you heard Theo Peckham say it, take away their time and space. That over and back rule will help do that. So I think this is a group that Toronto's going to be in tough. And speaking of Theo Peckham, we were talking about it before. I mean, I wouldn't hate seeing him drop the mitts. I mean, I hate to wish that evil on one of these guys on Toronto, that they'd have to, kind of step in and dance with him, but I would love to see it. I don't know if that's the prehistoric hockey in me, but I still wouldn't hate to see it. And I don't think the fans would hate it either. I'm sure he's fought in this barn before.
Yeah, no, definitely. And during his time in the OHL, mixed it up a few times. And these 2 teams, I think, are 2 of the more physical teams. Guelph especially, they are a big team. And Theo Peckham kind of sets the tone physically. And we've noticed a couple times that once teams establish a physical tone, it does wear down a team in 3-on-3 where you don't expect to get that physical contact.
Absolutely. Because we noticed it right from the drop, basically, that, and I think the players obviously did too, was that the conditioning for this is not as easy as people may think. You have so much ice to cover, and you're constantly rolling lines.
Yeah.
So you're constantly out there. It's almost to a point where you kind of have to pick your spots, but we've seen some of these teams really expand their rosters where they thought maybe they could kind of get away with playing a man short. You're not going to see too many teams do that anymore. Toronto, due to unfortunate circumstances, kind of has to do that today. But we've also seen the massive difference, Dalton, in a team that you talk about how physical Toronto plays. They're definitely not intimidated by how good this Guelph team is. And we've seen that in their previous matchups. Because like I said, you look at a guy like Rob Quitt, who's got Memorial Cup experience. These guys know what they're doing out there. And I think there's so much to be said about the fact that once you get that win under your belt, that championship win, this is a team that now believes they can beat anybody.
And as you mentioned it, here's the lineup for the Toronto Bees, captained by Brandon Turner, Kelly Jackson, Aaron Wiseman, Adam Place, Rob Quith, Anthony Bergen, Jordan Reed, Shane Elliott, and David Blair. Bees, one of the stronger teams in the league, and we'll send it down to Kelsey, who's with a member of the Bees.
All right, Anthony, this is a rematch of the semi-final from the last event. What's going to go different today for you?
Sorry?
What's going to go different today for you?
I think first thing is we need to focus on our passes. We were doing a lot of passes off the boards and stuff like that, and that's not going to do it for us. Everything's got to be direct, and hard work won't be an issue. It's just burying our chances.
Fair enough. You guys picked up the championship in Oshawa. Are you going out for blood today? A little bit of revenge after Guelph knocked you out in Collingwood.
Yeah, definitely. That stung a little bit. We were hoping for a better outcome, but it should be a good game. Looks like they have their full squad, and it's going to be two top teams going at it.
You're 6th right now in the lead in scoring as I'm slipping around because you're wearing skates and I'm not. But what can we expect from you today?
I don't know. To be honest, we'll see. I mean, hopefully lots of goals and assists for the yellow team, but we'll see. We just got to come out hard and bury our chances.
All right, thank you. Good luck, guys.
Teams definitely seem to always run into each other, and when they play there, it's always a big time matchup. They played some great games, and you heard it there. The Bees want to just try to finish their offensive chances. They felt they missed some opportunities last time they played the Brewers. Looking to correct that this time.
Well, I think this is a team that, you can kind of tell in the interview there. They know that they obviously have their hands full, and I wouldn't want to say that you have to play an error-free game to beat this Guelph team, but they know that they have to focus early and make sure their passes are crisp. And I think, like we talked about when they beat Guelph, puck possession is going to be a big part of their game today. So if their passing's not on, they're definitely going to have trouble doing that, obviously. But this is a group that I think has the potential to do it. I think they're also going to, like I said, short a couple guys. I think you have to make sure that you kind of pick your spots on your energy. You don't necessarily need to jump into the rush unnecessarily if you already have a 2-on-1.
Yeah, no, I think they're going to be. We're going to have to keep an eye on that for they're short a few bodies, and we mentioned it that later on in the tournament that could be a factor if they're able to get past this Brewers team.
David Blair is obviously going to be a big factor too. He's going to have to play well for them to have a chance. And Toronto's one of the teams that has a couple players that maybe weren't playing super competitive hockey when the tour started. So I think they had a couple guys that maybe had to knock the rust off a little bit, kind of get back in the swing of things, especially competing against such high-level players. It's a tough way you kind of get thrown to the wolves a little bit in the sense of it's a tough way to kind of get your stride back. But I think this Toronto team now playing with some confidence. They're going to have to play a very good game today. Going to have to get some top-notch goaltending, and they obviously have the pieces to do it. But you put me on the spot last game. If I have to pick, probably going with the Brewers.
Yeah, well, they're definitely going to be motivated. Looked like they had that finals in control, but the Newmarket Saints were able to come back on them. And just to mention, they had a fantastic performance from their goalie too, Dupuis. He was fantastic in their opening round game, Alex Dupuis, in Collingwood, and he kind of kept them in it. So they're another team that it seems that we're always talking about the goalies in this league, but they're so important.
Yeah, they are, because I think in the 3-on-3 format, because of how many good scoring chances there are, making the saves, as opposed to a 5-on-5 game, making the saves you're expected to make isn't necessarily good enough in this league. You know what I mean? Like, I just don't think that's going to be enough for you to get to a championship. You have to make some of the highlight reel saves. You're going to have to stop some breakaways to get a win, just because of the nature of this format. So, the goalies are obviously very key, and David Blair is a guy that is key in another way because he loves to play the puck.
Yeah.
He loves to get out there and try and spark the rush a little bit and fire the puck up ice. So, it's another way, any way you can contribute, right? So I think David Blair, that could also be big in the sense they don't have as many guys. If he can save the guys a couple of strides on the way back down, I'm sure the guys in front of him will appreciate it.
Flipping from two very established teams to teams who are looking to make moves up the standings, the Markham Millionaires and the Kitchener Lions are our final first-round matchup of the day. The Millionaires looking to get their first ever 3HL Tour win, and they are backstopped by maybe the most exciting goalie in the league, Daryl Rothen, sporting that Dominic Hasek-style mask, playing like the Dominator himself. And on the other side, you have the Kitchener Lions, who have a player, Tyler Ryan, who's one of the guys who is very strong offensively and usually does not make a mistake when he gets the chance to put his team on the board. Looking at the Millionaires, Ian, what is it going to take for them to get over the hump and get that first W?
I talked about it before. I think it's simply their approach and putting a complete game together, because it's not like they're getting blown out.
Yeah.
You know, they're coming in, and for the most part, they're playing competitive games. They have the lead in some of the games. I mean, we saw them in the very first weekend in Toronto. Milton ended up going on to win the tournament, but they had Milton down in the first game and held the lead for most of the game. It got away from them near the end.
Yeah.
So this is a team that you got to play a complete game, obviously, and this is a team that has to come out with desperation, because let's just say they haven't exactly been rewarded for their effort yet thus far this season. There's obviously motivation for them to come out and get one of those big checks. So I think this is a team that, you know, just playing a complete game. I think maybe the focus, you've heard some of the other teams talk about it, because, you know, if you kind of get caught napping out there for a second, there's a lot of ice around you. So this is a group that the desperation, I think it's more of a mental thing for them more than anything at this point.
Yeah, I think as well they've had control of games. You mentioned it, Ian. They're not getting blown out. They've been in every game. They just seem to let it slip a few times, and that ends up costing them. And one thing they've seemed to be doing is in that first game, we were all kind of mesmerized by Daryl Rothen's performance, but he did have to make quite a few saves.
Yeah.
And I think they're focusing on not giving up so many chances and not having Rothen have to work so hard and maybe helping him out a little bit. And again, any team in this league can beat any team. It doesn't really matter. So the Millionaires are, although they're 0-3, they're a team that can break through at any time.
Absolutely. You just talked about it. I think maybe they get caught up almost in a certain way, expecting Daryl Rothen to make those big saves, but it's a lot of pressure to put on him to try and carry the team. Like you said, though, anyone can beat anyone, and I think ultimately this is a group that, you know, they've been competitive. It's just playing that complete effort. We'll see if they can pull it off. I think this is a perfect matchup for them. If they could have picked anyone to play today, I think the Kitchener Lions would have been the team they pulled out of the hat, because this is a team that I think they match up pretty well with. Like you said, clean it up defensively, and maybe take the approach that some of the other teams do, like Milton does.
Yeah.
Let your defense spark your offense.
Yeah.
So we'll see if they're able to do that. I mean, this is going to be a good game. And, you know, I talk about playing with desperation. There's a fine line between making sure you're getting to those loose pucks and gripping the stick a little too tight. You don't want guys nervous or thinking about winning too much when you're going in on a breakaway. But you got to know that, you know, your chances are maybe minimal in certain situations.
And the guy they're definitely going to have to stop is number 27 for the Kitchener Lions, Tyler Ryan, one of the most explosive offensive players in this league. He seems to get breakaways every game and definitely doesn't miss many of them. When you're facing off a guy like that, what's the key to keeping him off the score sheet as much as possible?
You just have to have your head on a swivel out there. You know, you got to kind of have a, maybe not because it's 3-on-3, it's tough where it's not like 5-on-5 where, you know, you can have certain guys try to match up. I think you just, as a team, you have to be accountable, have your head on a swivel, and kind of make sure that you're always aware of where he is on the ice and don't let him get behind you.
We'll send it down to Kelsey, who's with the captain of the Kitchener Lions.
Matthew, I'm getting attacked out here. What's up with your teammates? Just joking. Okay, so Kitchener hasn't made it out of the first round in the last couple of events. What have you guys been working? You're shaking your head. What have the guys been working on since Collingwood?
We've been working on a lot of chemistry, so I picked up a few new players that are hopefully going to bolster our roster a little bit and give us a good fighting chance for sure.
Okay, so on top of guys like Tyler Ryan, who is almost leading the league in scoring, what are the new additions? How important are they for your team?
Well, a few new additions that we picked up. I picked up a couple guys from Elora, so we have Spencer Gourlay, Chad Heron, and I mean, these guys have a lot of good skill, and hopefully we're looking to have a good showing for sure.
So your first round matchup here is against the Markham Millionaires. They haven't picked up a win so far in the 3HL. How confident are you going into this one?
Well, I believe that they got a fantastic team, so I mean, they're definitely going to put up a fight for sure, and I mean, hopefully we can pull together as a team and pull out a win, but we're looking at they're going to put up a good fight for sure.
Okay, thank you. Good luck, guys.
The Kitchener Lions, and we see this as a theme with other teams as these new additions kind of after they've seen what their teams can do, adding different guys. So, the Lions are convinced that these new additions can maybe put them over the hump and get them improved on that 1-3 record.
I think that comes with part of the desperation that we talked about, that these guys aren't just standing pat. They're trying out different combinations, getting different guys out there because ultimately they're competitive. No one wants to come out here and go home in 20 minutes.
Yeah.
So this is a team that, I mean, I don't know if I'm allowed to backpedal a little bit here, but you don't want to sell Kitchener short. I mean, you said that's maybe a good matchup for Markham. Kitchener hasn't been rolling in the money either, so they're a team that's coming out with a little desperation to their game as well.
Yeah, we're looking at the Markham Millionaires. They're a team, we've talked about it. If they can just tighten up a bit defensively, they have a chance to beat anyone in this league. Here's their roster, captained by Nate Donaldson, David LeBlanc, Randy Cox, Tyler Swan, Dan McEachran, Daniel Zweep, Andrew Bonello, Ryan Hilbich, Kyler Nixon, and, of course, Daryl Rothen in between the pipes. And we are waiting, just seeing if we have an interview.
I think Kelsey's ready over there.
And we'll send it out to Kelsey, who's with Nate Donaldson.
All right, hey Nate. To start this one off, you guys are going into this first round 0-3 in the 3HL. What's it going to take today to put some money in that bank?
We got some new players, some returning players that haven't played yet, so I think we're going to show people today what we're all about. And we're going to play as a team. Most of us played together before, so I think today's our day.
Talk to me a little bit about those new additions. Who are they, and how important is it to your roster?
Oh, they're big. We got Randy Cox, number 27. Just the guy's a scoring machine. We got Adam DeLue, just a big guy that can play the puck. Was drafted by the Detroit Red Wings. We have Tyler Swan is a scoring machine too. So I think we're going to put pucks in the net today.
A lot of scoring machines out there.
So we're going to we'll be ready. We'll be ready.
All right, and now you got Kitchener, your first game here. Talk to me about that matchup.
We've watched some of their tape over the past week. We have some guys we have to watch, and we don't want to give the game plan away, but I think we got them. I think we have them in this one.
All right, good luck, Nate. Guys.
A lot of scoring machines he seemed to add, so he maybe addressed offense as a thing that they're going to focus on here. We know we talked about their defense, but maybe their plan is just to kind of run and gun and outscore some of these teams.
Well, I think, despite not having a win yet, you hear it from Donaldson there. You still got to come in and play with confidence. Otherwise, you don't really have a chance before the game even starts. And you said it right before the interview. You see all these teams, they're adding some new additions. They're not going to settle.
Yeah.
I think they're going to keep trying to improve, and because ultimately at the end of the season, obviously every weekend is important, but at the end of the season there's some big money on the line in that last weekend in Oshawa. So I think all these teams not only want to have as good a roster as they can for that weekend, but they want to have some experience, some chemistry playing together. So teams are going to keep tinkering and trying to get better. But like you heard Donaldson say, this is a group that they made some changes. They're going to come out, and I think, and then you almost start to wonder, maybe if they had gotten a different matchup, maybe the other team underestimates them a little bit. But I think they're coming out clearly, flying around and warm up out here. You could see the hunger even just out watching them play. The guys have a little bit of bounce in their step. And Kitchener, like I said, they're a team that shouldn't be taking them lightly, because Kitchener has only one win themselves.
Yeah.
So this is maybe not one of the big name matchups, for lack of a better term, but I think this will be one of the most competitive games that you'll see, and I think you'll see some good effort in this game, that's for sure.
And I think another interesting thing that Nate Donaldson said is they've been studying tape on the line specifically, so it seems that the Millionaires are taking those extra steps, knowing that they want to get over the hump. And you mentioned it, maybe not teams near the top of the standings, but it's 3-on-3 hockey, and any of these games can be super exciting. And you mentioned it, a lot of offensive firepower added by the Millionaires to go along with a guy like Tyler Ryan on the Kitchener Lions. We can see a lot of goals in this one. And
neither one of these teams are just going to roll over. I mean, there's no doubt about that. So I think we'll see a good some teams taking some chances. And I mean, if you're Markham, you see that they've added all these guys with goal scoring ability. why not take some chances? I mean, what do you have to lose at this point? You might as well leak some guys out, try to run that high-flying run and gun attack. I wouldn't see anything wrong with that. I don't see why not.
And as you know, we've said it before, they're still looking for that first win. So at this point, a little bit of nothing to lose, so to speak. So they're going to be coming out here flying, maybe trying to overwhelm the Lions right off the bat and jump on them early with this new sort of offensive firepower they've added. Looking at the tournament as a whole, what team do you think will take this one home and why?
I mean, it's tough to say because we always end up eating crow after about the first round. But I like Newmarket. I think it's you're
gonna
gonna
check your birth certificate and see if you're from Newmarket.
Yeah, I mean, maybe I got to change my tune a little bit. But I just think I like the way that team's put together. I think you're gonna see a lot about. Now we're a few weekends into this season. I think you'll learn a lot about some of these teams here today because of some of the stories that go into it, and different teams almost have different mental battles that they can kind of go through in this weekend. I mean, you see the matchup here at the bottom in front of us, Kitchener and Markham. They're playing for much different reasons than teams like Newmarket and Milton.
Yep. The team I look at is the Toronto Bees. You know, they were pretty disappointed with their performance in Collingwood. They really thought they could have won that Brewers game. So a match between those two teams in the first round. If the Bees can get past that, I think they're a very dangerous team, and they're a team that really wants to, be the first team to win 2 events. So I think they're going to be a team to look for today. But as we mentioned, with these first-round matchups, it sets up well for the next round.
It does.
As well, because you have a lot of interesting games between some of the top teams of the league and teams, like the Lions and the Millionaires who are trying to climb back into that race and get closer to the top of the standings. So it should be an interesting day here at Guelph.
I think Guelph obviously has to be a heavy favorite playing here at home. But I think if you look at the bracket here, I like their route to the finals at the very least. I think they have a very manageable road to the finals. Obviously getting there and winning the whole thing are 2 different things. But I think you have to like them heading in. But to me, London with the additions of Charlie Stevens coming back.
I don't think we've talked about that.
No, I don't think we've given that enough credit. I think they're a team that immediately, to me, jumps right back to the top of the pack because of just how good of a hockey player Charlie Stevens is. And I think anyone that's in this building, if you've ever watched hockey before, you watch Charlie Stevens for 1 or 2 shifts, you're going to know that he's one of the 2 best players, one of the few best players in this entire league. It doesn't take much. You and me, that first weekend in Toronto, we were wowed right away. It's just by watching him. So I think that gives London a big-time chance this weekend.
Yeah, he was a guy that impressed us the most, I think, in that first tournament. And we mentioned it, his playmaking ability and just how heavy his shot was hitting the glass. He's definitely a guy that can change a tournament. And his addition to this London Threes team makes him an instant threat to go all the way again.
Because he creates so much space for other guys. I just think about how, I'm in my head right now, the Bees London highlights from the first weekend are just running through my head, and you just think about how many easy tap-in goals London had. It was just constant, 3-on-1s as the band really kicks things up here. But I just love, I can barely hear myself right now. But yeah, I just love the way that London played that game. They possessed the puck so well. I think they're a team that you certainly can't underestimate heading into this tournament.
Well, puck drop is just about 15 minutes away here in Guelph. The 3HL Guelph games don't go anywhere. You're watching the 3HL Tour.
What's in a dime? You might say just 10 cents. But for over 60 years, March of Dimes has turned this into a force for transformation, changing the lives of thousands of Canadians with disabilities. Today, March of Dimes Canada is a national organization helping countless children and adults live full, independent lives. But to make it happen, we need these more than ever before. The miracle of transformation is in your hands.
Having the 3HL land in Guelph aligns perfectly with what we're good at and what we want to attract: festivals and sports tourism. It also helps with really making the culture in our downtown entertainment choice. You know, grab something to eat before the game, come and take in the game, take in some entertainment. I would say that it's great for our local charities too, and you know, partnering with Community of Hearts, which is close to my heart, close to the community, is just fantastic. So it's really giving back to Guelph. So I'm really excited for the 3HL to be coming here.
Hi, I'm Matt Nickel from BioSteel Sports Nutrition, here to talk to you a little bit today about proper nutrition and proper training for hockey players in the off-season. So everybody knows that it's important for hockey players trained to be fast, to be explosive, to have great endurance, to have great strength. It's also extremely important that they stay on top of their nutrition and have proper nutritional habits. Our BioSteel HPSM is the healthiest, safest, and most effective sports drink on the market. It's a great way for professional athletes and regular Joes alike to stay healthy, to stay hydrated while they're training, while they're competing through a long, hard workday. It maintains energy levels in a healthy and effective way, maintains focus and attention during a stressful period of time, whether that's during practice or at work, and also make sure that we stay healthy as we're training.
Hey there, hockey fans. I'm here at Community Hearts with several of with Carly, the executive director, as well as some of the participants, Justin, Connie, and Duncan. The 3HL is proud to have partnered with Community Hearts. Carly, tell us a little bit about what Community Hearts does.
Community of Hearts is a lifelong learning center for adults with developmental exceptionalities. So we work on basic life skills, social activities, and skills, just trying to make sure that everyone's a great community citizen in Guelph.
Again, thanks again, Carly.
Thank you.
Community Hearts. Community Hearts and the 3HL partnered for the 3HL Guelph Games. We're excited to have them. They're in the building today. Wave, say hi there, Community Hearts. Hey guys.
Hey.
Welcome to the Sleeman Center. Dalton Finkbeiner here with Ian Duffy for the 3HL Guelph Games. Puck drop is just about 15 minutes away. And Ian, we've been talking about, you know, 3 events in. Some of these teams have separated themselves in a couple big-time matchups between teams at the top of the standings with the Newmarket Saints and the Milton Flyers, Toronto Bees, and the Guelph Brewers. Of those 4 teams, I know Newmarket's first in the standings, but would you say they've earned the right to be considered the best team in this league right now?
I think they've showed their ability to win games in different ways, and I think that's kind of what has separated them from maybe some of the other teams. Some of the teams have become, I don't want to say one-dimensional, but Newmarket is just so deep top to bottom. I know it sounds cliche, but they have the goaltending and the firepower, the elite firepower, and I think that's something that maybe makes them rise to the top a little bit. I think some of the other teams just need to aim for maybe a little bit more consistency, because now we've seen Newmarket, they won last weekend. I mean, they had a tough draw in Guelph in the very first weekend, but they were in the finals the weekend before. So, I mean, this is a team that has kind of proven they've gotten better every single week. I think you'll see a big statement here from Guelph today. I think Milton's a team, too, that kind of, even though they've won, I think they kind of need to get that consistency. I mean, Dave Davenport gives them a chance in every game. They get Jesse Messier back, so maybe that's a big factor for them. Maybe we kind of can't really judge them on last week, because when you add a top-end guy like that to your roster, it completely changes the dynamic of your team. So I think that's something that will obviously be a factor here today, because we've seen him score in so many different ways.
Yeah, no, I think that
he's got a
you
big
mentioned-
shot.
Yeah, you mentioned it, Ian. They're a team that has won in different ways, and I think that's kind of what separates them maybe from the other
And with
teams.
different goalies.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, last week was one of the biggest things, right? Jimmy Sargent went down, and they won with Rich Wigmore. And, looking at that London Threes, I think that's the team, we just mentioned those 4, but we think that with with Charlie Stevens back in the lineup and a guy like Rich Wigmore in the net, they can maybe take that leap to where they were on New Year's Day.
Yeah, I think they're a team that definitely will have championship aspirations. I think they have to every single week because of how talented they are. Getting those big additions back in the lineup, because they were the scariest team, I think, by far in Toronto.
Yeah.
And then we talked about it. They had the injuries, and then eventually it just wore on them, and they just couldn't go. They had a quick turnaround even because they had the second semifinal game, and then they had the finals. Charlie Stevens even talked about, we just got to kind of slam some orange slices down our throat and try to get things going here. But that's where we can give a shout out to our sponsors.
Yeah, let's take a look now at some of our sponsors. DHL sponsored by many, the March of Dimes of Canada. Many of these of the sponsors been with the 3HL Pro Hockey, and the 3HL League is coming to a city near you. Any ideas for towns that you think would make a good stop on the 3HL Tour? Don't hesitate to send your inquiries our way. 3HL here in Guelph. And then there's another sponsor of the Mobility Shop. And Muscle Milk, who usually is MVP sponsor. Muscle Milk MVP. Jesse Messier, you mentioned it, Ian, a winner of that on New Year's Day. Prostate Cancer Canada. And the March of Dimes Canada. So a lot. And Wingsville is the sponsor for today's game, the official wing joint of the 3HL Guelph games. And it will be our penalty shot sponsor as well. So lots of sponsorships giving us support. And we will throw it to break. Stand by for opening ceremonies. You're watching the 3HL Tour Guelph games. No worries.
Well, thank you so much. Out of this giving event as well, one of the things we want to do in our city is make sure that we're really welcoming for new attractions and tourism. We try to bring people into our city and for entertainment for people that are already here. And I want to thank you very much on behalf of the city for bringing these to here. And I'm really looking forward to it. I've been hearing a lot of people over the community that are here already wanting to see some really great, fast 3-on-3 today. So again, on behalf of the city, thank you very much for coming here. Appreciate it. I'm going to pass the mic to our game host, Jim Lowe. Jim, here you go. There's a huge round of applause for Commissioner of 3HL, Justin Cox. We've got an amazing afternoon of entertainment lined up for you, fans. This is the fastest and most exciting afternoon of hockey you will ever witness. You cannot believe it. There are no offsides, no icing, just end-to-end action. Folks, are you ready for the Guelph games? For this time, I'm going to introduce to you the 3HL captain. Representing Kitchener, Matt Quaid. Representing Student Center, because making his return to Guelph, representing London, Charlie Stevens. From Markham, Nate Donaldson. From Milton, Tristan Farrar. The captain of the New York Flyers, Chris McKinnon. Representing Joshua Elite, Mitch Scott. From the Toronto Bees, Brandon Turner. And now, fans, time to get loud for the captain of your Guelph Brewers, Matt Kennedy! Inside direction, Brett McClay! So we're going to have Van Beckman come out to the ceremony to face off. We want to thank the city of Guelph for the incredible support of our event. Through all of the lead up to today, as well as the game day operations, the city has been amazing. We are Guelph proud. We are happy to be here. Thank you so much, Mr. Mayor. We'll let you take the face off.
Welcome to the Sleeman Center, the site of the 3HL Guelph games. Dalton Finkbeiner here with Ian Duffy, and we are ready for the first game of the afternoon between the London Threes and the Oshawa 88s. We mentioned earlier that the London Threes have a big addition back, Charlie Stevens, and here's the look of today. The first game, London Threes, Oshawa 88s, Newmarket Saints, Milton Flyers, Guelph Brewers, Toronto Bees, and the Kitchener Lions and the Markham Millionaires. But we begin with the London Threes and Oshawa 88s, and as I was just saying before, Charlie Stevens back in the lineup for the London Threes. And, you know, Ian, on New Year's Day, he was arguably the best player on the ice.
Oh, I think there's no doubt about it. He's a guy that makes a massive impact right off the get-go. I think even just London knowing they have him back in the lineup, they'll be playing with a lot of confidence today. And it kind of takes the stress off, I think, a lot of the other players. You know, there's not as much pressure on some of the other guys now to provide that offense. Not that Charlie Stevens is going to come out here and be a one-man show and score all the goals himself, but he does such a good job setting the other guys up. He's just such a calm presence on the ice, and that'll be very obvious to people very soon. You really can't understate how valuable he is to this team. His ability to score, possess the puck, because he's such a big guy and he's so strong on the puck, when he does get it, it's almost impossible to get it off him.
Yeah.
It's not like, you know, 5-on-5 hockey where you can there's a lot of board play. You don't see as much of that in the 3-on-3. I mean, you will see some of it, but you really can't afford to commit two bodies to getting the puck off someone in 3-on-3. So he'll be a big impact today. Cam Salt back in the lineup too. That's another guy. I think, well, it'll be interesting to see if they kind of reignite or reunite, I should say, that big three they almost had going in Toronto, because that line was providing a ton of offense. We'll see what they choose to do. I think they have a couple more bodies today than they did back then, so it'll be interesting to see how they come back together. But they're facing an Oshawa team that has a bit of a point to prove themselves.
Yeah, I know we mentioned it in the pregame show. This 88s team, 1-3 on the season, but we talked about it. Now it seems to be a little bit of an arms race here in the 3HL with guys trying to load up firepower for the final stretch of the 3HL Tour season. And this 88s team has made some new additions, and, you know, Captain Mitch Scott is confident that these new players can help them get over the hump and have a deep tournament run here.
You know, we maybe haven't talked about Daniel Ehrlich in this pregame as much as we should have, but I think he's a guy that you'll see a big impact from him. And obviously you can see Ehrlich on the name, but you can still see he's got the sponsors on his pants from playing over in Europe. So he's a guy that this is about as you don't want to say that 3-on-3 is made for the little guys, because I don't think that's necessarily fair to say, because obviously some of the smaller guys have a big success at the other levels as well. But I think this game is made for him. He's a guy that's so shifty, great on the puck, big offensive talent to an Oshawa team that already had no problem putting the puck in the net. So maybe we'll see if they have a little bit more commitment to defense today.
And Charlie Stevens does start for the London Threes. He's with Cam Salt and Mike Burgoyne. So the London Threes giving Charlie Stevens, putting him right back on the top line. And here he is again to Burgoyne. Burgoyne. Shot is turned away by Rob Alsop. And yeah, you might be, some of these, the jersey colors are a bit similar, but the London Threes in the cream, in the white, the Oshawa 88s. And here's the London Threes setting up. Salt down to Burgoyne to Stevens. Stevens almost has his pocket picked, but keeps control of it. And there you see the first over and back call in, and we talked about it in the pregame. Definitely going to be an adjustment here today. Teams getting used to that new rule.
Yeah, essentially all it is that you can't carry or pass the puck back over center once you've gained the offensive zone.
Yeah.
So it's just what I talked about. Toronto used a big part of their win over Guelph was their ability to just, when they didn't like a look on offense, they just fire it back to their own end and regroup. They won't be able to do that today.
2-on-1, McCormick and Beleshta. McCormick over to Beleshta. Alsop turns that away. McCormick down to Beleshta. Walks around the net. Threes controlling it here early. 88s have not had a possession in the offensive zone. Boleshta misses that one in front, and Captain Mitch Scott brings it away for the 88s. One-on-one, blows past McCormick, tries to get the backhand. Wigmore with a nice save there. Rich Wigmore, interesting, last weekend his team was eliminated in the first round, but he actually went to the finals. He filled in for the injured Jimmy Sargent with the Newmarket Saints and led them to their first tournament title. McCormick fans on that chance right in front of the net, and Fielding controls it for the 88s. Fielding brings it in. Fielding tries to wrap it around. Wigmore turns that shot away from Boyle. Morgan with it now. Morgan curls. Patty Morgan back with the puck at the blue line. Shot from the top of the circle. Allsup with a nice save there, and that goes into the netting. So early on, we see it, Ian, though we talked about the London Threes coming out with that full lineup intact, and they're putting a lot of pressure here on the 88s early.
And I think, though, you've seen a pretty obvious adjustment for the 88s already. They've been a lot more disciplined in their own end. I think they've done a good job of kind of packing it in, make London work around the outside. I think because we knew coming in, for them to compete, they were going to have to make a bigger commitment to defense because their offense hasn't been an issue. So, I mean, we've seen it pay some dividends here early, but this is a tough team to keep up with.
And here's Stevens back on the ice. He controls it in the corner. Stevens pushed off the puck there. And 2-on-1 for the 88s. Wigmore gets that and turns it into the air. Here's Elrich. What a stop there from Rich Wigmore.
Guy hates the highlight reel.
Yeah, the London Threes goalie with a fantastic glove save to keep this one scoreless. And we mentioned it early. It seems that all the goalies now are household names in the 3HL because Rich Wigmore, a guy who can definitely win you a game. Ehrlich with it now. We mentioned it. Logo still on the pants from his time in Sweden. Wigmore gloves that down. 2:50 to go here in the first half of the first game of the 3HL Guelph games. Stevens across center, dumps it into the corner looking for Salt. Burgoyne corrals it. Burgoyne fires it, hops over the stick of Stevens. Pressured there, 88's coming up with it. Mitch Scott. Blocked there from Burgoyne. 88 still control it. Scott on the half boards. Backhands it into the corner. Scott, the Collingwood native, special moment for him last time in the 3HL Tour stop, playing his hometown. Didn't get the results he wanted, but we heard him pregame saying he's ready to build on that and that he thinks his 88's team's due for a solid run.
The thing for me right now is this first part of the first game is always like this.
Yeah.
It's always a bit of a slow it down, a kind of a feel-out process. And then things all start to heat up. Because I think we thought coming in this game would be a bit of a track meet.
Yep. Boleshta controls. Boleshta, nice little chip there. Fires it in front.
Wow.
What a pass by Lucas Boleshta. And Spencer McCormick finishes it off. 1-0 Threes. And a nice little passing play there for the London Threes.
Might be a little early to say it, but that'll be on the top 10.
Yeah, it could be a little early. Boyle back with it for the 88s. Fielding tips it just wide. McCormick, the goal scorer, to Townsend. Back to McCormick. McCormick keeps the puck, tries to bank it in off Allsop. Controlled there by Hosmer. Todd Hosmer moves into the slot. Back for Fielding. Boleshta gets his pocket, and they're away again. Boleshta, nice little move there. We saw Kelsey talking to Lucas Boleshta in the pregame, and we mentioned it's some of the slickest hands on the back end in the league, and it's so important. Tyler Townsend in for Patty Morgan. Morgan's shot is blocked. 88's go the other way. 25 seconds here left in the first half. Puck is blocked there. Morgan, as the clock ticks down, 15 seconds. Nice back check by the 88s. And it looks like the Threes are content to let this one wind down and take a 1-0 lead into the second half here of the first game. So, Ian, after 7 minutes of play, what is your assessment of the way this game is unfolding?
I mean, Oshawa hasn't been rewarded yet necessarily, but I think they're trying to slow the pace down a little bit, not trying to be as run and gun as they usually are, because it quite simply it hasn't worked out in their favor playing that way. So I think they're trying to take a bit of a different approach. They haven't scored yet, but you've seen the new addition, Daniel Ehrlich's had some chances down at the other end. It's only a matter of time before he gets a bit of a comfort level and puts one in the back of the net.
Let's take a look here at the goal. Great little passing play and move from Beleshta to get it over to McCormick, and we talked about it. Lukas Beleshta might be, along with Charlie Stevens, one of the two keys to this London Threes offense.
Yeah, and I think he's been maybe a bit of an unsung hero, kind of keeping this team afloat after Stevens and those guys had to take a bit of a leave, if you will. But the guy has all kinds of talent. Nasty hands for a guy on the back end. You don't really see that too often, but you see him making an impact earlier, and he's a guy that obviously hasn't skipped a beat. I mean, he's been you could say maybe the heart and soul of this team, besides obviously Rich Wigmore has been a big factor for this team, and he's made some big saves. I mean, Oshawa still has had some chances. Wigmore has had some big saves, otherwise Oshawa could easily be winning this game.
So the Threes come, 88, come jump right out of the gate and put pressure in the offensive zone. And Patty Morgan away on a partial break. Morgan gets it into the slot. Nice back check, but a goal there from Nathan Ansel. Nice move there by the Threes forward. And it's 2-0 London.
The former Western Michigan Bronco on the board. But I think now, like we talked about before, this team, when you get those top-end players back, it's not that the other guys they had to begin with weren't good enough. It's just that it makes your team that much deeper. And guys like that, like I said, they don't have the pressure on them to score. It's a little different when your role changes like that.
Burgoyne with it for the Threes. Nice stretch pass to Stevens. 2-on-1 with Cam Salt. Stevens keeps. Gets it over to Salt early. Back to Stevens. Pass intercepted by Fielding. And Charlie Stevens back with it for the Threes. 2-0 for London. Here in the first game of the 3HL Guelph games. Down to Salt. Salt and Stevens were fantastic on New Year's Day. Here they are again. Burgoyne trying to get it over to Cam Salt. Takes a bit of a spill. And the puck is controlled by the 88s. Wigmore didn't get a piece of that. Must have hit an 88s player in front. Stevens with a nice little move. Charlie Stevens snaps one. Allsop with the save. And what a hit there. Stevens a bit shaken up after that. And we mentioned it in the pregame. Not a lot of hitting, but when you do see it, it's a good way to surprise your opponent.
Well, if you don't hit a guy like Charlie Stevens hard, you're just going to bounce off him.
Yeah.
So there's a couple big bodies colliding there.
And a nice block there from Beleshta that sends the puck into the netting.
But the physical aspect of the game, we mentioned it before, that it plays such a big role in just wearing the other team down.
Threes under a bit of pressure. Wigmore turns that away. And that over and back roll playing a bit of a problem.
It does take away a lot of that time and space. I mean, there's still obviously lots of room out there, but makes guys think a little bit more.
And here we go, 2-on-1 for the 88s. Wigmore gets a glove on that one, steers it aside. And Beleshta away with McCormick again. They hooked up on the first goal. Lukas Beleshta chips it back in front, waits, and what a feed by Beleshta over to McCormick. This duo hooking up for another highlight reel goal.
Beleshta is another guy. We talk about, what makes Charlie Stevens so good is his calmness, his presence with the puck. Boleshta showing he's got a little bit of that too. Both of those goals that he's been in on, just very patient with the puck, willing to make that extra pass to get the easy tap-in goal.
And here's the threes controlling it now. Sheik over to Ansel. Ansel drops it to Sheik. Looking for Morgan. Morgan in the corner.
See, that's a puck you have to get to now.
And it says, ref says no, must have been tipped by an 88's player, and Patty Morgan gets it back. He's all alone, watched by Mitch Scott, and Scott delivers a big hit. So the 88's captain trying to fire his team up. They're going to need a lot of help as they're down 3-0. And there it is, the ref calls the over and back. So we've seen the call come into effect 2 times, and it takes away a lot of that time and space, and doesn't give teams that bailout opportunity they had where if they didn't see anything to reset all the way back down the ice. So Oshawa gets control of the puck.
Oh, wow.
Stevens pokes it. In all alone, and Rich Wigmore robs him. What a glove save from the London Threes goalie.
The outrageous thing about that is it's starting to become status quo.
Yeah. I don't know if the scouting report's out, but
stay away from that
Wigmore
glove.
with the glove. And here's Stevens. Stevens with a nice little move and goes top shelf. So Charlie Stevens back on the score sheet in his first game since New Year's Day on the 3HL tour.
Doesn't it seem like that's always the way it works? You get a big save at one end and right down for a goal at the other end. But, Oshawa trailing in this game, obviously, but not for lack of chances.
No, I think, we've seen a couple highlight reel saves from Wigmore, and we've seen the London Threes have a few highlight reel goals themselves. And there's Wigmore again, stymiling the 88s. 88s control. Ehrlich, nice little move. Trying to find his man in front. Puck steered just wide by Hosmer. Hosmer shakes the defender. Hosmer crashes the net, trying to jam it home, but Wigmore stands tall. So a minute to go here. And the Threes with it. And here's Boleshta McCormick again with the net empty, and McCormick's going to get the hat trick in this one. Boleshta with the primary assist in all 3 of McCormick's goals. So Spencer McCormick might have to thank Lucas for that hat trick.
As the two of them climb up league scoring, but I think we talk often about what makes the best teams in this league is the depth is a big factor. When you can put a team together top to bottom and everyone's dangerous. London's putting on a prime example of that right now. Charlie Stevens, his first game back, he's obviously scored, but hasn't been nearly as big of a factor as we thought he would be, and it's really made no difference for London.
And Lucas Boleshta is going to put that into the empty cage. So 4 points for Boleshta here in the first game. A dominant performance from number 92. And a dominant, we spoke about it with these guys back, Charlie Stevens and Cam Salt. This is a team that can be very, very dangerous.
Yeah, and you're seeing some of the frustration on the Oshawa bench right now because it sucks coming all the way here, in your game 1, and it just seems like you're barely even here before you're 14 minutes in and you're out.
Yep.
But I will give credit to Oshawa because despite them losing 6-0, I think their game looked a lot better.
Yeah,
that's kind of outrageous to say, or it sounds that way, but in a 6-0 loss that your game would look better. But Rich Wigmore just kind of slammed the door on them, and there's really not some bad bounces. They had one wide open net where he was down and out, and they kind of shoot it off their own player, gets in the way. I thought they played a good game. They were better on defense. You got a couple empty netters on the board. They held London in check for most of the time. Give London credit. Some of those goals took some pretty nice passing. But I did like Oshawa's approach. I thought it was much better. They were tighter on defense, and they still got their chances on offense. I've said that a couple times. They still had a bunch of chances. You just got to cash them in, and some of the other teams have talked about that. So
And we'll send it down to Kelsey, who's with a member of the London Threes.
All right, Spencer, great game. You won this one 6-0 over Oshawa in your first game. Tell me how you feel.
It's always nice to get the first game under your belt. It's get the legs and everything into it, so it does feel pretty good to get the win.
You helped your team put $2,000 into the bank now with a hat trick. Let's talk about the chemistry between you and Belishka.
Yeah, we've played together since we were little kids. Even through junior, we always were playing on the line, and he's got a good knack with the puck and find me back door. It's a pretty easy goals to put in, so give him credit for sure.
All right, let's talk quickly about your goaltender. Had a beautiful save down there. Talk to me about that.
He always likes to have his glove down, and he'll flash it a bit. So, no, he's really come a long way. He's a hell of a goaltender. So, yeah, give him credit as well too.
So 3 goals in this one. What are we going to expect in the next one for you?
Pardon me?
What are we going to expect in the next game?
Hopefully another 3. If I can help my team do that, then yeah, that'd be great.
All right, perfect, guys. Back up to you.
So Spencer McCormick with a hat trick to lead the London Threes to a 6-0 opening game win. And let's go to game 2, and it's the defending champions, the Newmarket Saints, captained by Chris McKinnon. And here is their lineup. And the Newmarket Saints, Ian, we talked about it, they're sitting in first place and arguably the most dangerous team in this league, especially right now.
And I think right now it's a bit of an adjustment for them. You can see them down there talking to the officials, kind of discussing, I think, getting some clarification on the over and back rule. But that'll, changes everyone's strategy a little bit. It's like any adjustment in this league, because what we talked about it the first time, when the league first started in Toronto there on New Year's, you could see guys with a bit of hesitation around the blue line, maybe trying to keep it in, things like that, because it's simply, at this point in these guys' hockey careers, it's kind of second nature for you to play the lines on the ice. And when you don't have those, or you have different rules, it's a bit of an adjustment period, so that'll be something for them. But this Newmarket team, I think they're going to get challenged in this game. There's no doubt about it. Milton, probably the best defensive team in this league, I think is fair to say. Just the way they play the game, I think defense is a priority for them. With Dave Davenport in net, this Newmarket offense, will be challenged. But I mean, you always like their odds because of their lineup. Chris McKinnon's a guy that's always dangerous every time he touches the puck.
McKinnon wearing number 91 today, not his typical number 7, so don't be alarmed if you don't see McKinnon.
He's out there
On the back of the jersey. You'll notice him.
Yeah, I'm sure you'll notice him at some point.
You'll notice him quickly enough. And a couple additions for their opponents, the Milton Flyers. John Gleed, who played at Cornell, wearing number 4 today for the Flyers, and Matt Whitehead wearing number 11. So 2 guys with experience that can help bolster this already powerful Flyers offense.
Yeah, I think this Milton team, too, they get Jesse Messier back in the lineup, who wasn't there in Collingwood. I think this is going to be a good game. I think this is one of the best matchups of the day. Even though it's in the first round, I think it's close to as good as you'll see, and definitely I think one of the best goaltending matchups you'll see. We talked about it earlier. It's good to see Jimmy Sargent back out here for Newmarket. I'm sure he's a little bitter he didn't get to be the one in net for that championship game due to injury, but I'm sure he's still happy the guys pulled it off.
He'll definitely be a motivated goalie, and that kind of shows what this Newmarket team's made of, that they can come back from having their star goaltender go down with an injury and have Rich Wigmore replace him and still come out on top. So definitely a dangerous team, and definitely a very intriguing matchup between 2 teams who have already won 3HL Tour events. And we'll see if the Newmarket Saints can continue this recent success they've had, other than losing on the first game of the in the New Year's Day Classic.
I mean,
they have been red hot.
These 2 teams now are at the point where you're not taking anyone by surprise.
Yeah.
I think both these teams are kind of aware of what the other one brings to the table. Just to go back to Jimmy Sargent there, you can see where he's got all the green and white gear on, the former Mercyhurst Laker, Hobie Baker finalist. He's a guy that hopefully he can respond for this team today, and we're going to see him challenged here early.
And Jesse Messier with a nice move to get it started. We talked about his hands, and right away pulls off a fantastic move. And there's Chris McKinnon wearing number 91 today. He had his team huddled up before, maybe talking about that over and back rule that is now implemented today, which kind of limits the offense to half ice.
Well, now you can see teams, when someone has it in the neutral zone like that, and the puck comes outside the blue line, you can see teams kind of pressing out already. I mean, we're only just early into the second game, but teams know you got to keep that puck in. So guys are challenging people to take away that time and space, which is usually such a luxury in this format.
And here's Buys wearing number 8, and Davenport comes up with a big pad save, and Devine goes the other way. Jarman, though, on the back check, and ref's going to call a penalty on Jarman on the back check. So we're going to have a penalty shot brought to you by Wingsville. So Devine, and we always notice that here's Devine break. And nice move to get Sargent out of the net and score. What a goal from Devine to get his team on the board. And we didn't see what we usually see there, Ian. What I was saying is that typically the team taking the penalty shot will have their chasers just try to cut off the chasers of the other team.
Yeah.
But no need there as Devine makes no mistake and gives his team a 1-0 lead. And right back the other way are the Flyers. And here we go, Whitehead with Fairbarn. Over to Fairbarn. What a backhand from the captain. And it's 2-0 Milton early on.
I mean, you talk about this Milton team just constantly flies under the radar. And we talked about if you're Newmarket, I think your main thing is you've been getting better every week. You get rewarded with the championship in Collingwood. You can't get complacent because we've talked about now the target's kind of moved.
Yep. Johnston sends it down. Wise. Jones back up to Johnston. Johnston tries to put it through his legs. Trips over the puck. Still controls it, though, trying to go through his legs again. Far across to Messier. Messier winds up, fakes it. Pass too far for far. And now Davies and Lyle. Lyle over to Davies. Davies with a backhand. Just hits the post. And Gleed blocks that. John Gleed. And Newmarket wanted a too many men call, but didn't appear that Milton played the puck. And now they're going to get a call.
You can see, though, the effort that Milton plays with on defense. They just play with a bit of a different intensity than most of the teams. I think that pays off. And you saw with that big save by Dave Davenport, he's such a big body in the net, can really take away the bottom half. So we'll see what if Chris McKinnon can get this one up.
Penalty shot brought to you by Wingsville. Chris McKinnon in alone, and McKinnon with a beautiful move, and the Newmarket captain gets his team right back in it.
Well, you know Davenport's going to take away the bottom half of the net. He's such a big guy, like I just said. The thing for McKinnon there, you see so many times guys will have the goalie down and out, but they just don't elevate the puck. And that shows why McKinnon had so many points in the OHL with finishing ability like that.
BJ Buys fires it. Devine gets in front of that. Jarman back at the blue line. Jarman loves to fire it and whips one towards the net just wide. Di Benedetto back down to Gleed. Gleed. Milton with the puck. Gleed brings it across the blue line down to Devine. Devine drops for Whitehead. Watched there by Wise. Wise trying to get to Jarman. Jarman slows it down. Wise curls. Jarman fires Davenport with a nice glove save. So just over 2 minutes left, and now Willer a break for the Flyers. Willer just squeaks it by Jimmy Sargent, and it's 3-1 Flyers. Sargent definitely wants to have that one back.
Yeah, you can tell he's a little frustrated after that one, but yeah, it's tough. That's how quick things can turn in this with the transition game. You see Davenport making his impact on the offensive end now too, with a big outlet pass, and he's probably been the MVP of this game so far for Milton.
Johnston with it now, 2-on-1 for the Saints. Willer coming on the back check. Johnston Willer with a great play on the back check, and Milton's going to go the other way. Willer winds up and fires, and that for sure has to be a penalty. And that's going to be interference on Fairbarn.
Not what you want to see for a guy that left the last tournament with an injury. You don't want to see him taking any contact like that.
So here we go, another penalty shot brought to you by Wingsville. And Chris McKinnon, once again, McKinnon tries the same move, Davenport up to the task this time. McKinnon went with the fake shot backhand.
That's a bold strategy. I don't know if that's almost a head game to the point where there's no way he thinks I'm going to do the same move twice, but there he is. And it looks like Jimmy Sargent's hurt.
Yeah, I don't, this is similar to what happened last time. Beautiful move by McKinnon. Just can't beat Davenport, but a fantastic toe drag move by the Saints captain. "20 seconds left here in the first half. McKinnon, pass tipped away by Messier. Matt Lyle. Lyle keeps, tries to squeeze it under Davenport, who's up to the task. 9 seconds left. Jarman wires the knuckling puck, and Davenport steers that one into the netting, and that's going to do it for the first half. So it's 3-1 for the Milton Flyers. Definitely have to keep an eye here on Jimmy Sargent. He was run into by one of the Milton players, injured last week in Collingwood, forced to leave the first round game with a lower body injury. Appeared to be hurt towards the end of that period, but we'll see as we come back for the second half. Ian, Milton here in front 3-1. What have they been doing to stop this high-powered Newmarket offense?
Well, it just shows kind of why they won that first tournament. I mean, they love to me, the way I see it is they exert a lot of their energy on the defensive end. And then they create their opportunities through their defense. They force turnovers and then catch you in transition. And that, to me, has been what's been the difference for them in this game. I mean, obviously they've had outstanding goaltending from Dave Davenport, and this is what opened the scoring.
Yeah, Devine with a fantastic move on the breakaway. And Milton seemed to, Milton Willer did squeak one by Jimmy Sargent late in that period to make it 3-1, but they controlled the play. Newmarket had some chances, but for the most part, Milton was in control. See if that continues here in the second half. Jimmy Sargent still in the net for the Newmarket Saints. It appears to be okay for now. Jarman with buys. And glove save there from Davenport, who's right back to his feet to play the puck to Di Benedetto. He charges in. Hovannessian knocks it away. Willer.
Ooh.
Almost close to a big-time collision there. Buys with it. And he scoops it over to Jarman. Block there from the captain. Fairbarn, and Willer's away with Whitehead. 2-on-1. Whitehead fires one just over the glove of Sargent. He was looking for that top corner and was inches away from grabbing it.
Yeah, that one had eyes. There's no doubt about that. We had a great angle of it up here, but.
And here's Johnston. Johnston into the slot. And it squeaks by Davenport, so a lucky break there for the Saints. Johnston gets it to go. That's a big goal here to cut the lead to 1.
I mean, with still 5.5 to go, I think that's a big goal in the sense that now Newmarket doesn't have to completely open things up, just down 1 instead of 2. So we'll see. I think they can be a little bit more patient now trying to go for that tying goal.
And here's Wise. Wise, nice move to get in front. Tries to chip it around Davenport. Here's Jesse Messier. Watched by Johnston. Messier sends it in front just over the stick of Forfar, and Johnston away with Sean Jones. It bounces over Spivak's stick to Jones. Jones looking for a teammate. Weird bounce off the glass, and Milton controls it. Devine splits the defenders, fires just wide. Sargent still appears to be limping every time he goes down.
Yeah, he's just not going to have the same amount of push off that leg, but
Milton controls down below the Newmarket end.
the thing is, if you're Sargent, you're probably still going to have to make some big saves in this game.
McKinnon stops, spins, tries to get in front to Lyle, stop there. And Devine has it for Milton. He circles back.
And the reason I say that about Sargent is because as the clock ticks here, Newmarket's going to have to start taking some chances, which ultimately, if they don't work out, it's coming back the other way quick. So we'll see how well he can move laterally to get back across. But
yeah, hopefully his team can keep it down on this end as much as possible. Give their goalie a bit of the break. Whitehead brings it up for Milton. Whitehead, nice move through his legs. Spins it around, sends it across to Fairbarn. Fairbarn to Whitehead. He's got Fairbarn. And he still controls it. Tristan Fairbarn back to Willer. 3-2, 3.5 minutes to go in the second game of the 3HL Guelph games. Jarman just misses that pass, and it's down to Davenport. He's out to play it. Jarman watching him.
see, that was a situation where I like the new over and back rule.
Whitehead shifts in and almost sends that one into the top shelf. And Sargent again, looks like it's that left leg.
A little ginger,
Yeah.
to say the least.
Yeah, it will be interesting, Ian, as we come down with this 1-goal lead. We've seen teams. No call there from Johnston as he falls to the ice, but as I was going to say, as teams protect a 1-goal lead, in previous tournaments, we've seen them just kind of play catch using the whole length of the ice. Now it's reduced to half. It'll be interesting to see what they do in order to preserve the 1-goal lead.
Yep, you're kind of hemmed in there in the offensive zone, which I think is ultimately good. No one wants to watch teams play keep away.
Forfar with Messier over to Messier. Tries to get it back to Forfar. Johnston with it for Newmarket. Watched there by Messier. Wise lets it go through his legs. And Devine, nice hit by Johnston, but Devine still has it. All three Newmarket players.
Newmarket's got to get McKinnon on the ice.
And I think, and there he is, 2 minutes left. Definitely Chris McKinnon going to see a lot of action here. Davenport, Gleed for Milton. Just under 2 minutes to go. Flyers lead 3-2 here. Gleed controls it in the corner, so a bit of keep away here with the half ice. Changed McKinnon here, so it's a 2-on-1. McKinnon with Lyle. McKinnon waits. Nice defensive play there by Willer to preserve the 1-goal lead. 1:20 left. Jimmy Sargent looking to the bench. And here's Matt Lyle. Lyle crashes in the net, almost gets it.
The bench hasn't really acknowledged Sargent yet. He wants to get out for the extra guy.
No call there. So Newmarket, 55 seconds left. They need a goal. Chris McKinnon will be the ones giving orders. And here's Whitehead. Whitehead on Sargent. This could do it, and that might seal the game. Whitehead with a beautiful goal, and that could send Milton into the second round.
I remember we talked about this in the pregame. Would be tough for Newmarket if they let if Milton got a jump on them early.
And here's Jesse Messier all alone. Great glove stop there from Sargent, who tries to whack it out of midair with the paddle. He fires it down the ice. Picked off there by Fairbarn. Messier. Buys stops it. So late 2-on-1. And what a goal there from Hovhanessian. And Newmarket not done yet. 18 seconds left. Sargent to the bench. One last attempt. Big face-off coming here between Sean Jones and Jesse Messier. And there's a bunch of guys hacking the puck away, so they're going to have one last chance. 9 seconds left. Jones just wires it down the ice. Great play there from Messier. Wise stops it.
Still almost got a
and
chance
almost
there.
got his shot off, but that's going to do it. The Milton Flyers off to the second round with a 4-3 victory. Newmarket knocked out in the first round for the first time since New Year's Day. Impressive performance here, Ian, by the Flyers.
Yeah, I think Milton, yet again, they're just a team that kind of flies under the radar. But they kind of quietly made a couple of big additions of their own that paid off in this game. And then obviously Dave Davenport played great, as we've kind of come to expect. But what we were going to talk about was how if you're Newmarket, you can't let Milton get a jump on you early, because they're a team that when they play with the lead, they're so good at settling in on defense.
So we're going to have a rematch of the 3HL New Year's Day Classic Finals, the London Threes and the Milton Flyers. Milton Flyers won it. We have a flood here we have a flood here in between the two games before the second half of the bracket, and that first game of the second half will be the Guelph Brewers and the Toronto Bees, and then the Kitchener Lions and the Markham Millionaires. So plenty of action still to come here in Guelph. And we have Kelsey, who's with a member of the Milton Flyers.
David, a big game for you today. You took Newmarket out 3-2. They haven't been eliminated in the first round since New Year's Day. How does that feel to knock out the defending champs?
It feels pretty good. They beat us in the semifinals a couple weekends ago in Collingwood in overtime there, so it feels good to have some redemption.
You, as the leading goalie in this league right now, got in on the offense too there, chucked it up way past everyone, got the goal on that one. Tell me about that.
I started as in minor hockey playing the puck. Our coaches always forced me to, so I love being a defenseman back there as well. So.
All right, moving forward in this tournament, what are we going to expect next time from the leading goalie in this league?
Pardon me, sorry?
What are we going to expect from you in your next game?
I hope a better performance and less goals again, so looking forward to the next game.
You got the assist in this one. Can we expect a goal in the next one?
That'll be hard, but yeah, I'll try to give my goal.
All right, congratulations again, guys. Guys, we'll be right back after a quick break.
Hi, I'm Matt Nickel from BioSteel Sports Nutrition. Here to talk to you a little bit today about proper nutrition and proper training for hockey players in the off season. So everybody knows that it's important for hockey players trained to be fast, to be explosive, to have great endurance, to have great strength. It's also extremely important that they stay on top of their nutrition and have proper nutritional habits. Our BioSteel HPSM is the healthiest, safest, and most effective sports drink on the market. It's a great way for professional athletes and regular Joes alike to stay healthy, to stay hydrated while they're training, while they're competing through a long, hard work day. It maintains energy levels in a healthy and effective way, maintains focus and attention during a stressful period of time, whether that's during practice or at work, and also make sure that we stay healthy as we're training.
Hey there, hockey fans. I'm here at Community Hearts with several of with Carly, the executive director, as well as some of the participants, Justin, Connie, and Duncan. The 3HL is proud to have partnered with Community Hearts. Carly, tell us a little bit about what Community Hearts does.
Community of Hearts is a lifelong learning center for adults with developmental exceptionalities. So we work on basic life skills, social activities, and skills, just trying to make sure that everyone's a great community citizen in Guelph.
Again, thanks again, Carly.
Thank
to
you.
Community Hearts. Community Hearts and the 3HL partnered for the 3HL Guelph Games. We're excited to have them. They're in the building
Kelsey
today.
Wright Johnson here, ringside with the captain of the Toronto Bees, Brandon Turner. You got a big game coming up. You have faced the other team 3 times in the last 3 events. What are we going to expect from you guys today?
It should be a pretty good battle. We actually played against them in the preseason tournament as well. So 4 tournaments in a row we played them. So it's always a good battle with those guys. They're a good, tough team, and so are we. So here we go.
Any big adjustments for this game in the first round this time?
Not really. We have a shorter bench than we did in Collingwood, so we think that's going to allow us to be a little bit more with the game as opposed to sitting and waiting for your shift to come up. So hopefully that's an advantage for us.
You guys have 2 of the top 10 leading scorers on your team. Who else is going to step up today in the first round?
I'm looking for our goaltender to have a big game. He's been our backbone since the first tournament where we didn't really play so strong in front of him, but he's been great the rest of the way. So we're really looking for him to have another big game.
And as the captain, which you are, which is a huge honor, what kind of leadership do you bring to this team going into a game where you're so comfortable with these guys that you're playing against? I mean, you played against them 4 times now. What do you bring?
Just that steady voice on the bench. You know, I mean, I don't put up too many points, but I'm a pretty vocal guy on the bench, and I've been a captain of teams previously with some of the guys that we're playing with, so it's pretty familiar group. So I mean, there won't be too much out of me. We got a lot of leaders, but yeah, just that steady voice on the bench.
Okay, thank you, Brandon. Good luck.
Davies now with it. Davies passes across. McKinnon buys with the goal. Nice play there by the Newmarket Saints, and more wide open than the first two. It seems that, as you said, Ian, these guys watching the first 2 games get a feel for the style of play. And there, the 88's first goal.
And this is a pretty move by Melanson. Comes in, kind of gets the fake, makes the goalie think he's going.
Was batted in another one there, Reed. The veteran in the OJHL, he had 179 points. Stevens now with a beautiful dish across. What a play there by Stevens. Played in the OHL. Boyle back with it now.
Oh,
and
nice
what
save.
a save from Camilleri to keep his team in it. Scholing robbed there. Here they go, Salt and Stevens. Oh, what a move there. It almost works out. Stevens. Peckham with it. Peckham looking for a high stick, not going to get one. And Jarman's going to go the other way for the Saints. Nice save there. Theo Peckham not happy after he felt he was high stick, but now he gets a breakaway. See if he can make good on it. Peckham with a beautiful move. The former Edmonton Oilers showing off some finesse.
Those hands are not just for punching people in the face.
It's the London zone. Wigmore trying to catch them on a change, and Salt just at a bad angle to the side of the net. Morgan gets it, and what is no goal? No goal. Davenport equaling Wigmore with a highlight reel save of his own.
Anything you can do, I can do better mentality.
And Messier wires one home. What action here. Big save on one end. And the Flyers go the other and make the threes pay.
This is an absolute cannon.
Fairbarn in. 3-on-1 for the Flyers. What a save by Daryl Rotham.
Unorthodox helmet, unorthodox style.
Yeah, what
I
a
love it.
glove save, flashing the leather there. Scheich there. Scheich angled by Ward. Now a 2-on-0. And what a stop there from Camilleri.
Pre-game right now, it looks like goals are going to be at a premium in this one.
Spivak can't beat Wigmore. Oh, what a glove save for Wigmore. Devine can't believe it. What a stop by the London Threes goaltender. Robs Devine. And that got the crowd going.
And that's a potential game saver right there.
That's the play of the day.
Oh, absolutely.
Point blank in here. Let's see if Devine can get it back. He's with Willer. And Wigmore again gets across. We talked about him, the role he had to play with this tired London Threes team, and he's doing it right now. Boleshta now in alone. Boleshta, and he scores a beauty. What a play by Lucas Boleshta. Welcome to the Sleeman Center in Guelph, Ontario, here for the 3HL Tour Guelph games. Dalton Finkbeiner with Ian Duffy, and the first half of the bracket has been taken care of. The Milton Flyers and the London Threes on to the semifinals, and here we are waiting for the third game between the Guelph Brewers and the Toronto Bees. A bit of a rivalry forming between these two teams. They've already met twice before on the 3HL Tour. But before we get to that, let's check some highlights from the first 2 games. Here's a highlight from the Milton Flyers and the Newmarket Saints.
Well, this one kind of opened the scoring and kind of set the tone. Like I said, I didn't think Newmarket compete if they allowed Milton to kind of get a jump on them early because they play such good defense.
Oh, yeah.
You know, they allowed, obviously, the penalty shot and then a breakaway. And then another breakaway after a nice save and then a outlet pass by Dave Davenport. This is a team that I thought, like we said, and I still think Newmarket played a pretty good game. And obviously Jimmy Sargent getting hurt again doesn't help. But, I think Milton is a team that is always dangerous, but especially dangerous if they get the lead early just because of how well they play defense, which is not rare, but I mean, you wouldn't assume in a 3-on-3 format that teams would put such a priority on the defense. It's all about goals, but and even when Newmarket did get their chances, Davenport made some big stops, and he made a big one early that was kind of a turning point in the game when Newmarket could have jumped right back in.
So let's take a look at the bracket. We have, as we mentioned, London Threes and Milton Flyers already through to the semifinals, and we are waiting to see who will meet them in the semis. First off, the Guelph Brewers and the Toronto Bees, followed by the Kitchener Lions and the Markham Millionaires. And Ian, 2 of the most talented team, the Bees and the Brewers, meeting here. And, both these teams seem to find each other, get in each other's way. And here's a look at the Brewers lineup. Number 9, Brett McLean. 13, Miles McLean, Matt Kennedy, Chris Chappell, Theo Peckham, Shake Hewen, Joe Underwood, Greg Sorelli, Brett Mackey, and Cody St. Jacques in net. And for the Bees, Brandon Turner, Kelly Jackson, Eric Wiseman, Adam Place, Rob Quitt, Anthony Bergen, Jordan Reed, Shane Elliott, and David Blair. So 2 of the top teams here in the 3HL going at it. Ian, what's going to be the difference in this matchup today?
Well, to me, I don't know if you noticed during the first 2 games there, Guelph had all their players out behind the benches. They're watching intently. They seem to be chomping at the bit for this one. So I think I expect a good start out of them in this game. And if you're Toronto, you heard Brandon Turner talk about it. They're short a couple guys today. They think that can help them in the sense that it'll keep everybody engaged. Not as much time spent on the bench. But at the same time, I think Guelph's got a full lineup out here today. It's going to push Toronto. I think they're going to have to be maybe a little bit more defensive-minded and kind of pick their spots where they want to take their chances. But Toronto has proven already with winning that tournament, beating Guelph before, that I don't think they're going to be intimidated going into this one. But they've already shown in the other weekends that after that first shellacking that they took by London in the first tournament, they took a lot more strategic approach to the games, and I'm always interested to see what they kind of come up with.
I think they're one of the teams that play very well together as a unit.
Yeah.
And that makes them such a tough opponent. So we'll see if they can keep that going against a Brewers team who's been to the second round in every tournament thus far. Looking to keep that streak alive and move on here, playing a team they're very familiar with. 1-1 in this series between these 2 clubs. See who wins this third and deciding game here at the Sleeman Center. The home tournament for the Guelph Brewers. And here we go. Brewers bring it in. First shot of the game turned away, and Anthony Bergen with Wiseman. Bergen and St. Jacques grabs that with the mitt and sends it the other way for Matt Kennedy. Here's Kennedy. Blair with a fantastic stop. Quit over to Wiseman. Here come the Bees once again. Wiseman to Bergen, and Bergen scores. So the Bees with a big-time counterattack after that Matt Kennedy breakaway.
Yeah, and it's all a big part of 3-on-3 hockey is the counterattack, and you get a big stop at one end. It always almost seems to end up as a goal at the other end. And maybe the Bees aren't as conservative coming out into this one as maybe we thought. Kind of coming out and taking the fight to Guelph here.
That looks exactly what they're doing. St. Jacques plays it. Lace throws a hit, and here's a 2-on-1 for the Brewers. McLean into the slot, and what a goal there. Brett McLean with a highlight reel marker to even this one up at 1.
And Brandon Turner said, we need a big game out of goalie David Blair in this game, but no one was stopping that one. When it goes pipe in, there's not too much you can do.
The physicality, you can definitely feel a little more in this one versus the other two. Shea Kewen, nice defensive play. Kelly Jackson has the puck stolen. Chappell with it. Kewen gets free, almost gets it to his stick from his skate. Jackson controls behind as the Bees go for a change. Bergen back to Rob Quitt. Quitt over to captain Brandon Turner. Turner watched by Kewen. Ref says no good on the over and back roll, and that looks like it's going to be a penalty on Shea Kewen. So the Bees sending out the extra attacker. Once the puck is touched, it will be a penalty. If the puck is touched, I guess, while the call.
Yeah.
So the Bees looking to set up a bit of a power play. There's touched by Peckham. But here goes a penalty shot brought to you by Wingsville.
And then now Matt Kennedy, I think, is arguing that...
the over and back, maybe. So Captain Brandon Turner taking the Wingsville penalty shot. Chasers Peckham right on the heels of Turner. Turner, nice save there by St. Jacques. Reed gets it over to Turner. Turner fans on it. And back the other way. And there's Theo Peckham, the former Edmonton Oiler. We heard him pregame saying, the guys don't give him a lot of respect as a leader in the room. So he's looking to change that here today. Miles McLean with some nice little moves. What a stop from Blair. David Blair keeps this one even at 1. Matt Kennedy tries to fire it in. Nice stick there by Jordan Reed. Miles McLean. Back Kennedy fans on it. Anthony Bergen away with it for the Bees. Adam Place coming as the trailer. Fires it back to Jackson. Jackson into the slot, and Bergen almost gets it to his stick. And away goes Brett McLean. McLean sends it over to Mackey. Rob Quitt drops it for Wiseman. Wiseman behind the net, 2.5. Here to go for the Bees. Reed with it. Reed tries to drive it to the net, has that poked away by Mackey. This one opening it up here late in the first. McLean over to Mackey. Gets it back to McLean, just steered wide. Off the mask of Blair, and that one's in the air, and he just gets back to get that.
That one stung.
Reed with it. Chips it to the side boards. Reed loves to take that slap shot. Peckham pokes it away. Over to Kewen. Kewen keeps, rips it. Blair with a nice stop. Quitt gets it back. Rob Quitt watched by Kewen. Turner behind the net for the Bees. Here's Rob Quitt, Memorial Cup champ with the Windsor Spitfires. Turner over to Bergen. And that's an over and back. So the players getting used to that as well. I don't know if the Bees knew that what they were trying to get a change.
It's just It's definitely an adjustment because, like I said before, it's second nature when you're playing hockey. You don't think about, obviously, an over and back. And wow.
What a goal there from Theo Peckham.
Maybe that'll get him a little bit of respect in the room.
Yeah, the former Edmonton Oiler with a highlight reel goal, fighting through some hooks and slashes to put that one in the top of the net. In the final minute, Theo Peckham gives the Brewers a 2-1 lead.
He said the boys were doubting him if he still got it. He kind of showed it off there a little bit. I think that kind of proves he does still have it there. No doubt about it on that one.
What a goal from the former Oiler. 12 seconds left. Bees with another shot here. Jackson sends it wide. Bergen going to have to fire this one at the net. 3 seconds left. Bergen just tries to steer it in front. Place can't get a stick on it. So 2-1 here for the Brewers. And Ian, this game more than the other two seems to have opened up a little quicker. That was end-to-end action from the drop of the puck.
Absolutely, and I think obviously I'm not the coach of the Toronto Bees. I thought they might come out with a bit of a conservative approach, but they came out kind of firing some stretch passes and really trying to attack Guelph and kind of take the fight to them. And I think it was important for them that when Guelph came out early, they got some big saves from Blair. They kind of weathered the storm a bit. I mean, they still trail by one, but I think that's a good first period if you're the Toronto Bees.
Yeah, not much difference between the two teams. You can see it. They're so tightly played. And here we look at the goal. This is on the counter attack. And that's something the Bees do very well. Is play the counter attack game.
The biggest thing for me is, as you see McLean there rip that one off the post and in.
And here we go.
One of the things for me is, you almost wonder if that 9 goals they gave up to London in their very first game was almost a bit of a blessing in disguise.
Yeah.
Because you see the way Toronto plays the game now, they're not afraid to take the extra time to make the right play.
Yeah.
Whereas before, I think that first game they were kind of forcing it maybe a little bit. And now they're just so much more patient and have a better understanding of what they want to do with the puck.
Bees controlling it here. Known for their puck control. Rob Quitt with it now. Jordan Reed in the offensive zone. Quitt with some nice little hands. Tries to get towards the net. But here comes Brett McLean. And what a pass there from Brett McLean. And the Brewers have a 3-1 lead.
Former Oshawa General sniper Brett McLean, I think anytime you get a 2-on-1 with him, if you're the defenseman, I think you're going to take him just about every time. So he made the right play. He just couldn't quite break up that pass.
So a 2-goal lead here for the Brewers. And now they have a 3-on-1. McLean with Peckham. McLean keeps and squeaks it through David Blair. So the Brewers putting 2 goals early here in the second half. And it's a 3-goal advantage.
Well, that's kind of the nature of the Guelph roster. I mean, they're so explosive because of all the talent that they have. You can't let down for even a couple shifts.
And nice move there by Q, and Quitt gets in his way. Rob Quitt gets it over to Jackson. Jackson over to Quitt. Rob Quitt watched by Kewen. Jackson fires it over. Kewen picks it off. He's got Chappell with him. Gets Chappell in alone, and Blair just gets the pat on that. And the Bees away on the quick counter. Adam Place over to Wiseman. Wiseman gets into the slot. Wiseman can't slip it through the 5-hole of St. Jacques. And Guelph's away with it. So Guelph taking advantage of their opportunities. And here's Jordan Reed getting it. Jordan Reed, quick shot. St. Jacques very far out, and Reed almost chips that back in. Trying to get it on the back of St. Jacques. Bergen, the goal scorer for the Bees. Bergen watched by Mackey. Bergen still with it. Gets it back to Turner. Bergen holds. And I think Bergen thought there the puck was what was over and back, but the ref called it when his skate went over. So I think for players to watch it, they got to keep their feet across the center line. Because that puck did not cross the red, and ref called over and back.
We might have to get some clarification on that one.
Oh. What a stop there from Blair, but McLean squeaks it in on the rebound. Brett McLean stays with it and gets the goal. And a couple bad bounces for David Blair.
He's played well, just despite the 5 goals. I think when Brett McLean made his debut in Oshawa there, I think we had very high hopes. That pedigree, that scored hundreds of points in the OHL, a guy that had some experience in the NHL before. Obviously, a medical condition kind of slowed his career down. But he's kind of showing off his skills right now and showing why he, is such a big addition to this Guelph team and why I think everyone watching has such high expectations for him.
So no over and back there. Quit to place.
It really is just good to see him out playing hockey again, though.
Yeah. And he's putting on a show here today. So the Bees are already pulling David Blair, and with a 4-goal advantage, they might have to.
And they want the goalie to shoot it.
And Theo Peckham's going to shoot. He misses the net.
Well, he needs to put up numbers. He's talking a big game before.
Oh, he's already scored a highlight reel goal here today. See if the Bees can get anything going. Quit with Wiseman. Wiseman gets it back. Over to Quit. Back Wiseman over to place.
Toronto's got to do something because Guelph's just going to...
Bergen tries to jam it in. St. Jock gets the pad on it.
Guelph's going to be content to just sit in a triangle, so you've either got to create some traffic in front or get that puck zipping.
Quit wires one, and what a shot there from Rob Quit. The former Memorial Cup champion wires one home, and cuts the advantage to 3.
That's the kind of stuff that'll win you a Mem Cup, shots like that. So he shows off his pedigree a little bit. I don't think I'd take him off the ice for the rest of the game if he can stomach it.
There's just a minute to go. They're going to need a lot of goals, 3 to be exact, to force overtime. Blair with it out to play. And here the Bees trying to spread it out. And David Blair skates right to the bench. Jackson with it in the corner. Matt Kennedy fires it. Miles McLean has it now. And this is what we've seen for Tees with Lees, just content to. And Kennedy just misses that by an inch. 35 seconds left. Brewers with a 3-goal lead. Puck in front. St. Jacques gets it.
Well, that's the thing with no icing. You can just let
the
it fly
Brewers
every
are firing
time
for the net every time.
I think St. Jacques got to take a shot.
If he gets another chance. And here's Brett McLean, picks off the Rob Quit pass. Brett McLean holds, and that should do it. So the Guelph Brewers are going to move on with a 6-2 victory here in the first game. Moving on to the second round for the 4th straight time. These guys do not have a problem getting past the first round, and Jordan Reed's just going to flip that one in the corner. So the Guelph Brewers defeat the Toronto Bees 6-2 and move on to the semifinal here at the Sleeman Center. The home team getting it done.
Well, I mean, we knew Toronto was going to have their hands full going into this one because Guelph being at home, there's a little bit extra motivation. They still haven't won their first tournament yet, so for a team with such high expectations, you knew they were going to come out at home in the Sleeman Center with some jump. And, Toronto did a good job for the first little bit, kind of hanging in there, short a couple guys. They came out a bit more aggressive than we thought. It kind of paid off for them, but then ultimately it was kind of a little bit too much to handle. And that's where at a certain point, sometimes the skill of a team like Guelph can just kind of overwhelm you.
Yeah.
And I think they kind of showed that because it all happened so fast.
Yep.
It kind of escalated. They just went on a bit of a quick run there, a couple turnovers, and boom, it's right in the back of your net. And that's even with David Blair playing. I would have said he played a good game. He made some huge saves.
Yeah. And we'll go down to Kelsey, who's with a member of the Guelph Brewers.
Brett, big game for you guys, 6-0. This was kind of the rubber match between you and Toronto. You know, they beat you one, then you beat them, and now on home ice, you beat them again. Tell me the feeling going into the locker room after this.
Yeah, it's good. I mean, they're a great team. We knew that coming out. We want to come out strong, and luckily we got a couple goals early that gave us some comfort, and they had to start pushing a little bit and pulled away from that.
Talking about coming out strong, 3 goals, 2 assists, huge game for you. Let's talk about your playing individually.
Yeah, I mean, it's only my second tournament. I wasn't really happy with my performance in the first one. Wanted to come back and be strong, and great credit to my teammates. They found me a lot out there. I didn't have to do too much except for put it in, so it's great.
You guys got $2,000 now in the bank. You move on to the next round. Tell me about your next matchup.
Yeah, it's 2 good teams again. Markham, Kitchener. They're both hungry for wins, and we know they're going to be ready to play. So we can go rest right now and get ready, and hopefully come out with another performance like that.
Now, you played a whole lot. Again, we said 3 goals, 2 assists. You tired going into the next one, or are you going to have that adrenaline still going?
No, I think I'll be good. I think, there's a lot of adrenaline out here, like you said, and everyone just wants to win and play some good hockey, so I'll be ready to go.
All right, congratulations, guys.
Thanks, Kelsey. So now we have the last game of the first round. The winless Markham Millionaires looking for their first W against the Kitchener Liars, the team with only 1 win, who's also eager to put another one on the scoreboard. Let's take a look now at the Markham Millionaires roster, captained by Nate Donaldson, David LeBlanc, Randy Cox, Tyler Swan, Dan McEachran, Daniel Zweep, Andrew Pinello, Ryan Halebich. And flipping over to the Kitchener Lions, Matt Crane, Spencer Gourlay, Brad Prostick, Brian Gent, Joel Petkoff, Chad Heron, Michael Radisa, Tyler Ryan, Spencer Asbin, and David Serra in between the pipes. So we talked about this matchup in the pregame being kind of a battle of the up-and-coming teams that want to get into that next level and establish themselves as those teams near the top of the standings. And Ian, each team has a player that puts on a show. Tyler Ryan for the Kitchener Lions and Daryl Rothen for the Markham Millionaires.
Yeah, and to me, although these teams obviously aren't at the top of the money leaders, but to me this is probably one of the most intriguing matchups of the day because I don't think we really know what to expect. I mean, Markham hasn't won a game yet. Kitchener's only got 1. But Markham's kind of retooled their roster. Nate Donaldson said heading into this game, Randy Cox is a guy to watch. They think they've added some firepower. I think they're talking about lighting up the scoreboard in this one. So I think Markham seems primed. And I think, to be honest, this is as good of an opportunity as ever for them to get their first win. It's a good matchup, but I don't think we can discount the fact that Markham's winless, but Kitchener only has 1 win. Both of these teams want that money.
Yep. So here we go. And LeBlanc right off the faceoff gets a breakaway. LeBlanc, puck rolling on him, can't get it. Sarah steers it away. So right off the bat,
shot out of a cannon.
Yeah. Taking Tyler Ryan by surprise on that faceoff. McEachran over to Cox. Cox trying to find LeBlanc on the back door. Tyler Ryan fights for it on the boards. LeBlanc gets it back. Cox with it, spins, controls. Gets it to LeBlanc. McEachran and Sarah turns it away. Here's Cox. Cox fires it on net. LeBlanc has it still. Great puck control by the Millionaires, and they deserve that one. McEachran squeaks it by Sarah. So a strong start here from the Millionaires team. You can tell that they don't want to lose another one.
That just almost seemed inevitable there, just dominating the play for that first minute. You can see they've come out with a lot of jump in their step, and they're not messing around. I think they're looking to add a couple zeros to the money column there.
Here's Tyler Swan. Swan in front.
And any other number that's not 0.
Yeah.
Oh, an answer.
An answer here, and Rothen, his first test by Chad Heron. He's able to keep it out of the net.
Big hit there. Markham is
Ryan
not messing
Halebich,
around right now.
with delivering a big-time hit. Heron with it now. Heron tries to fire towards the net, and this Markham team turning up the physicality here early. Here's Swan. Swan gets it on the half boards, chips it ahead.
I can tell Markham, they talked about watching film, various things. It looks like they've just completely regrouped and changed their approach. Coming out with some physical play and just lots of energy from the jump here.
Here's captain Nate Donaldson to Sweep, Daniel Sweep to Andrew Bonello. Bonello, one of the keys to this team, this Markham team, playing professionally in France. 24 points in 35 games, 2 years overseas. Sweep finds the captain, Donaldson, looking for Bonello. Ryan gets a stick on that. Bonello, nice spin move. Ryan knocks him to the ground, no call. Bonello looking at the ref, think he wanted to, felt that he might have been hooked there. Here's Tyler Ryan, gets it ahead to Radisa. Radisa all the way around the net, back to Ryan, who's watched by Cox. McEachran blows a tire, Gent has it. Getting it to Tyler Ryan. Ryan, nice little move. Trying to find Gent on the back door. Gent blows a tire. Still Radisa fighting for the puck. And too far for Cox, who would have been all alone on the breakaway. Sarah out to play it. LeBlanc, who has been the early star of this game, having a breakaway right off the opening draw and just
been a spark plug
levels
for that.
Captain Matt Crane into the board. So Millionaires coming out wanting to prove they're better than their record indicates. And there's a nice stop by Rothen. Rothen, one of the most active goalies playing the puck, and he springs his teammate Cox. Crane's right on him. Cox gets spun out there, fires it in front. Swan wires it all the way around, and Spencer Aspen gets a breakaway. Aspen, what a stop there by Rothen. I think Rothen thought that went into the netting. And here's Swan again. Swan splits the D. Swan fires. Sarah turns it away. So end-to-end action here between the Lions and Millionaires.
Yeah, you know, we talked both teams, maybe not necessarily with as much to lose. They're coming out taking some chances.
And here we go. Lions controlling it. Gourlay. Tailbitch. He spins back to Bonello. Bonello. Nice move there to keep control. Getting it into the corner. A lot of physical play here, Ian, in this one.
Yeah, you could tell. We talked about coming in and playing with some desperation for both of these clubs, and it's shown early on. A lot of jump in the step, a lot of big hits.
And Tyler Ryan just wires that wide. He's a guy that if Kitchener wants to look to even the score, get this guy the puck. He's directing traffic there on the half boards.
You just got to collectively keep an eye on him if you want to try and slow him down. It's not you can't be assignment driven in 3-on-3. I think you just as a team.
And a broken stick leads to a 2-on-0. And Tyler Ryan jams at Rothen. I don't think Tyrrell Rothen like that.
And he takes a couple
much.
of whacks in exchange.
The two guys who kind of drive these teams. Andrew Bonello almost squeaks one by Sarah there. Less than a minute and a half to go here in the first half. Markham ahead by 1. Captain Nate Donaldson across to Bonello. Sweep. Sweep over Donaldson. Looking to lift this stick. Radisa controls. Trying to find Tyler Ryan. Ryan waiting for his teammates. Gets it over to Gent. Gent almost finds Ryan on the back door, watched by Bonello, gets it to Radisa. Radisa settles the puck down. Over to Gent. Gent wires one wide. Ryan unable to keep that in. Sarah gets it back to Tyler Ryan. Ryan just takes a slap shot from the blue line. No problem there from Rothen, who saw it all the way. Trying to get it all the way down the ice, but Radisa picks that off. 20 seconds here. One last chance for the Lions. Trying to get on the board here in the first half. Turns it over. Cox all the way down to LeBlanc. LeBlanc loses the puck. Fights it back, though. LeBlanc top of the circle and goal. David LeBlanc dominant in the first period and giving his team a 2-0 lead going into the second half.
I don't know how many BioSteels and muscle milks he drank before the game, but he is flying on all cylinders out there.
So we see this Markham team coming out with a desperation, as
yeah.
you said. They're, David LeBlanc, the breakaway right off the opening faceoff, and a fantastic goal here to cap off the first half. And this Markham team looks to have control of this game.
And to me, that's a huge goal for them, because I was just about to say, for them, it obviously feels like you dominated the whole first period, and to come out of the first half of that game with just a 1-goal lead would have felt like, it wouldn't feel right.
And here it is. The goals here by
And that was after just dominating the entire first minute of the game. A couple big saves by Sarah, and then eventually one squeaked through. So the first minute and the last minute, big keys for the Markham Millionaires heading in there. But that's big for them because, like I said, dominated that entire period. And then for you to come out and feel like, we only got 1 goal out of it, you could almost have a level of comfort settling in. And then, Kitchener gets one back.
Yeah.
And it's almost like all that work you did in the first half is for nothing. So that was a big goal for them and a big momentum shift.
So Kitchener controls it here, trying to get back on track, down 2-0. Heron.
But we've seen Markham with leads before.
Yep. They've always been in the games. They've never been blown out, so let's see if they can hold on to this. Crane fighting for the puck, and here's LeBlanc and Cox. Cox fakes the pass, gets it over. LeBlanc almost knocks that out of midair. Crane settles it down for the Kitchener Lions. Heron tries to go up, but Rothen there with the glove. Daryl Rothen hasn't been counted on to do as much, and we said that was a pretty big key for...
Yeah. I mean, he's gonna make some big saves in every game, but it's just the number of quality chances that you give up was something that they needed to limit.
So here we go, 2-on-1 for the Millionaires. And there they go again, 3-0 Markham. Adam DeLue. And a 3-goal advantage for the Millionaires, looking to get their first W.
It's funny, too, is when you see Daryl Rothen make that save, you can even see kind of the jumpiness in him, wanting to spring that puck up.
And there's the save there, just right on cue. Rothen, fantastic save. Tyler Ryan controls it for the Lions.
You could see the jumpiness in him, wanting to fire an outlet pass up the ice. And even there, he ices it now. But you can tell that he's just trying to make the safe play right now. He's trying to keep it under control a little bit, not do anything too crazy out there, even though he does have a flair for the dramatic. As I say that.
And Rothen comes out and takes the legs out from a Kitchener player. Nate Donaldson back the other way to Bonello. Bonello across, Sweep just steers it wide. Trying to spring Tyler Ryan on the break. Bonello. Ryan shoves him.
And Markham's done a good job of keeping Ryan in check so far this game.
And there's Bonello again down to stop the puck. Kitchener gets it. Ryan, he's not afraid to wire one. And Rothen with a big-time glove save. Sweep back with it. Bonello tries a fancy little tip through the legs. And Ryan almost gets it again. Sweet picks it off. Back to Nate Donaldson. Donaldson chips it down, and both teams look like trying to make line changes. Gent into the corner. And here's Cox trying to get it to LeBlanc. LeBlanc stops and does he get it in? No goal, but David LeBlanc has been all over the ice this afternoon.
He's been the definition of the Energizer Bunny so far in this game.
Gent steers it on net.
And that was a big save, though, by Sarah to kind of keep them in this and give them a chance.
Cox with it, in all alone. 3.5 minutes to go. 3-0 lead for the Markham Millionaires. Heron and Rothen covers it up. Daryl Rothen always looking to make a play after he makes a save. Ryan Halevich squeaks it through Sarah, and it's a 4-0 advantage for Markham.
Now tell me if you see this too, but it keeps throwing me off. But Spencer Aspin, we'll have to ask him if he gets it much, but he looks a lot like Austin Matthews if you look at him. It keeps throwing me for a loop. So
I think the score might be different if Austin Matthews was playing in
Oh,
this game.
I'm just saying he looks like Austin Matthews. I'm not saying he plays like Austin Matthews.
Wise goes
Wow.
upstairs. What a goal. Sorry, Tyler Swan upstairs. And 5-0 Markham, and they look well on their way to their first ever 3HL victory.
Look at him right now and tell me you don't see it too.
Yeah, a bit. The long stick. So we heard Nate Donaldson before the game talking about
lighten up the scoreboard.
Yep, the additions he made, a lot of big-time scorers, and it's proving to be true here in the first game.
And the Markham Millionaires got a little bit closer to being millionaires.
Yeah, exactly. Under 2 minutes to go. 5-0 Kitchener. Lions control. Daniel Zweep pokes it away, and he's controls it. Zweep over to Bonello. Bonello, Sarah comes across to steer that one away. Prosek, nice little move to get around the defender. Prosek, nice play
Wow.
and goal.
That was a nice move. That hesitation move froze Rothen there.
Brady Prosek breaks the shutout. Nice move from the Lions, number 9.
So close to a donut.
Yeah. I'm sure the Millionaires would have liked that, but I think they'll take the win any way they can get it at this point.
And I mean this in the least offensive way possible, but the old beggars can't be choosers
And Donaldson
saying comes to mind.
delivers a nice hit there. So Captain Nate Donaldson felt this matchup was great for his team. They said they've been watching tape on the Lions, kind of figured out their game plan. Here's Tyler Ryan, and he scores. So the Kitchener Lions leading scorer puts another one in the back of the net here in the dying seconds.
And you talk about Donaldson and the Millionaires kind of breaking down the tape, figuring out the Lions. Until that goal there, they'd done a great job of keeping Ryan under control, which I think is safe to say that was a big part of their game plan because he is the key to Kitchener's offense.
Yeah.
So a well-executed game by Markham. I think obviously the score is a little bit more respectable now.
Lions taking a timeout, trying to figure out how they can score 3 goals in 33 seconds.
Basically, all Markham has to do, I think, is ice the puck once, and that basically should do it. So,
yeah, I'm sure the Millionaires will be geared up for this, trying to get a stop and advance for the first time. And a big reason why is David LeBlanc. He was fantastic in this game, right from the drop of the puck, forcing a breakaway, scoring a goal in the dying seconds of the first half. Tyler Ryan trying to squeeze that one in. Mad scramble in front. Gent out with it.
you just got to shoot. You just got to shoot.
Not enough time. 10 seconds left. The Millionaires are going to advance to the second round here at Guelph. For the first time, Markham is on to the second round, and they get their first team check, $2,000 to Markham. So now every team in the 3HL has a win, and you can tell the Millionaires are excited to be heading to the second round.
And there's the monkeys off the back. You can see the smiles on the guys' faces, a big sense of relief for the Markham Millionaires, and a well-earned victory. That was no fluke, and we talked about it before. Obviously, they retooled their roster a little bit, and they came out, and the energy was apparent, and it was overwhelming right from the start. But this was a group that came out and executed, and we talked about it before, how in their other games, although they were winless, it's not like they were a doormat, by any stretch of the imagination. They were competing in every game, holding the lead in some games. So it was just for them was putting together a complete game. I mean, you hear that in sports all the time, how cliche it is, but it's so true, and they showed it right from the get-go. With the exception of the last minute, I mean, they controlled the entire game.
Yeah, so the Markham Millionaires, they are on to the semifinals for the first time. They'll take on the Guelph Brewers, a team who's been to the second round every single tournament. So it'll be interesting to see how the Millionaires deal with having to play that second game. But judging by the performance in that first game, they're very hungry. We'll send it down to Kelsey, who's with David LeBlanc.
David, big game for you guys tonight. The first win at the 3HL Tour. You guys are, for the first time, going into the second round. You have a big smile on your face. Let's talk about it.
Yeah, pretty pumped. First win, obviously. All our games have been pretty close, but it's nice to get a win finally. Get a little money.
All right, so you got $2,000 in the bank now for you guys. You're almost at millionaires, right?
Yeah, pretty close.
All right, so first breakaway, of the game, right off of the opening faceoff. You go all the way down, score your first goal. Talk to me about it.
Yeah, they didn't have a D-man back on my forehand side, so I just chipped it through and just went down. Ice is a little choppy, but it's all good.
Clearing that off now. All right, your second goal, though, in the dying seconds of the first half, you're able to squeak one in.
Yeah, it was a 2-on-1. Probably should have passed it, but just thought, what the heck, let it rip, and it went in, luckily.
All right, my last question here. I'm going to go let you celebrate with your team. Are you going to get hit by the Zamboni here? Last question. You can go with your teammates. In the last few seconds, I'd say about a minute of the second half, you guys let up a little bit, letting in 2 goals in the last couple seconds. What happened?
Yeah, we never really moved on, so we didn't want to test their cardio. So we were up 5 goals, I think, so we just shut her down for a bit. Saved the legs for the semis, I guess.
Fair enough. Good luck. Guys, we'll be right back after a quick break.
Hey there, hockey fans. I'm here at Community Hearts with several of with Carly, the executive director, as well as some of the participants, Justin, Connie, and Duncan. The 3HL is proud to have partnered with Community Hearts. Carly, tell us a little bit about what Community Hearts does.
Community of Hearts is a lifelong learning center for adults with developmental exceptionalities. So we work on basic life skills, social activities, and skills, just trying to make sure that everyone's a great community citizen in Guelph.
Again, thanks again, Carly.
Thank you.
Community Hearts. Community Hearts and the 3HL partnered for the 3HL Guelph Games. We're excited to have them. They're in the building today. Wave, say hi there, Community Hearts. Hey guys.
Hey.
All right. We got Carson here. You had a big game in the first one. Talk to me about that one.
Yeah, I kind of got a penalty shot there. The guy held me. I thought I was getting the penalty, not going to lie. But went in. I thought I was going to get caught too, but I ended up scoring, so that's always good. And yeah, I got the boys fired up, so then we won, so it's good.
I wanted to bring you here because I wanted to talk about the penalty shot. So not something that usually happens in hockey, but it's kind of it's kind of basketball-y actually, really, when you think about it. Tell me kind of what's going through your mind as you're having 5 guys race after you as you have a one-on-one really with the goalie.
Just don't trip over the blue line. And I don't know, you just basically want to score. It's they're short games, so every chance out there, you want to bury, right, and then keep on scoring. So basically, yeah.
And it worked.
Not much going through my head, like.
Fair enough. And now you guys are up next. You got your semi-final game. Tell me what you guys did prepare, kind of in between these two games, kind of not get too tired. What did you guys say in the locker room?
Yeah, we were just talking. We had some BioSteel. Thanks to BioSteel for hooking us up. Yeah, I tried to buy London a couple beers, but they said no. So they'll be ready to go. But yeah, no, it's a fun day, and we're gonna hopefully win this one, and then have some more BioSteel in between the games.
So the lesson I'm learning here is BioSteel over beer.
Yeah, BioSteel is always good. The BioSteel bars are good. Couple muscle milks, whole bunch of stuff.
All right, well, good luck in your next game. We'll be here, and hopefully we get to talk to you afterwards.
I hope so too. Thank you very much.
All right, good luck, guys.
What's in a dime? You might say just 10 cents. But for over 60 years, March of Dimes has turned this into a force for transformation, changing the lives of thousands of Canadians with disabilities. Today, March of Dimes Canada is a national organization helping countless children and adults live full, independent lives. But to make it happen, we need these more than ever before. The miracle of transformation is in your hands.
Mackey over to Kennedy. Kennedy turns it over though, 2-on-1, Reed and Place. Jordan Reed waits and gets it over, and what a stop from Dupuis. Here's Jarman with it. We've seen him have a shot. Buys, Noah fires it. McDonald up to the task. Todd Hosmer all the way toward DeLeon. And he sneaks it 5-hole.
If this was soccer, they'd be calling that one cheeky.
Yeah, that was cheeky.
That was the definition of cheeky.
So now the Brewers, Spivak walks in. Spivak scores on Dupuis. Bees controlling it now. Back to Rob Quitt. Quitt, a Memorial Cup champ in 2009. And what a play there from Anthony Burgeon. Finishes off the pretty goal to tie this one at 1. Still plenty of time for this Saints team. Johnston makes a nice little move. He's got some ice. And what a save from David Blair. He has been fantastic here in this finals. Peckham over to Mackey. Mackey to McLean. Brett McLean keeps the puck there. Nice play, and Brett McLean. What a goal from the Brewers captain. He's used to scoring in this building and does it once more.
The club is loving it over there.
So as soon as you come out to challenge too far, they're just going to slide it behind you.
Adam Place all alone and makes a beautiful move. Fancy goal there from Adam Place, the old Peter Forsberg. London trying to even this up before the horn. McCormick tries to bat it out of midair, and he does. Spencer McCormick with a fantastic finish to tie this one up. 88 with it down low. Rothen, what a stop there from Daryl Rothen.
Oh my Lord.
Chris McKinnon back with it. McKinnon controls it. Chris McKinnon, nice little move.
Oh,
what a goal from Chris
Lord.
McKinnon. Wow. What a play by the Saints captain.
Yeah, I don't care how many hockey schools you go to, you cannot teach that.
The Sleeman Center here in Guelph, Ontario. Here's a couple replays of the last game we just saw between the Kitchener Lions and the Markham Millionaires. The Millionaires getting on the board for the first time and grabbing a win. David LeBlanc was electric in this one. He was fantastic, jumping on the right off the bat.
Your grit grinder, your spark plug, your...
yeah, he did it all that game. So Markham into the semifinals. And let's take a look now at the rosters. An interesting note, Charlie Stevens out. So number 17, Charlie Stevens, is out for the London Threes for the rest of the day with a lower body injury. Here's a look now at the Milton Flyers, led by Captain Tristan Fairbairn, Kevin Wheeler, Jesse Messier, Carson Devine, Pat Peretta, Daniel Spivak, Jordan Farfart, Justin DiBendetto, and Dave Davenport. So that is some big news. Pat Gregoire, the 3HL insider, giving us the scoop there that Charlie Stevens will be done for the day. And not only is that one of the key members of the Threes, it plays into what we were talking about before, shortening that bench, making it a little tougher as the day goes on.
They have the luxury now where they do have a couple extra bodies, but now it breaks up their lines too. You see they have 8 guys instead of 9. So now guys are gonna have to double shift, etc.
Take a look while the ice getting fixed at the bracket. The London Threes Milton Flyers here in semifinal number 1. In semifinal number 2, it is the hometown Guelph Brewers taking on the Markham Millionaires, who are into the second round for the first time. So interesting. 4 teams left. And the big news, Charlie Stevens out with a lower body injury for the Threes. But Lukasz Balesha and Spencer McCormick were kind of the guys who were the driving force behind that opening round win. So definitely guys, they have guys who can step up.
Absolutely, and I think Cam Saul was kind of quiet in the first game too, and he's a pretty good player as well, so I think you look to him to maybe step up. Patty Morgan's another guy capable of stepping up. And then the goaltending for them is always key, with Rich Wigmore going head-to-head here with Dave Davenport, another great goaltending matchup.
And yeah, I was just about to say Wigmore and Davenport, 2 of the more decorated goalies, and Wigmore especially with those highlight reel saves has made a name for himself here in the 3HL. Lukasz Balesta picking up right where he left off, trying to beat Davenport short side, won't go. Balesta battling Messier. Messier, great play on one knee to keep the puck away from Balesta. Spivak behind the net, waiting for his team to make a change. DiBendetto down the middle of the ice. Morgan gets a stick on him, pushes him to the side. Here's Fairbairn right in front, tries to steer it, battling for the puck with Morgan. Patty Morgan and Fairbairn still with it. And Fairbairn keeps the puck from going over half, fires it wide. And looks like we have a penalty for
hooking, I think.
Hooking. I think it's going against the Threes. So penalty shot here, brought to you by Wingsville. Wingsville, penalty shot. Devine with it. He already has one today. Devine in. And Wigmore with the big glove save. So nice stop there from the London Threes goalie. Play is live.
You got to stay away from that glove.
Yeah. Wigmore strong with the glove hand.
We've got to send out that memo.
Yeah. I think the league will start to realize you're not going to beat Wigmore much on the glove side. Devine trying to send her in front for Willer. Burgoyne hammers Willer down, and the physical play turning up here in this one. Gets it to Morgan. Morgan has Salt all the way down. Gets it to Salt. Salt tries to go short side, fires it wide. Willer pokes it away. Three's making a line change. Whitehead with it. Whitehead drops it to Gleed. Gleed fires it in front. Willer controls the puck to Whitehead. Away go the threes. Townsend. Townsend still with it. Tries to find Baleshta. Gleed gets it. And Gleed just clears it into the zone. Wigmore to Sheik, the captain. Townsend a little tentative here to start this game. Some chances on both sides. A little bit more of a physical tone to this semifinal. These teams have met before in a big-time game. They met on New Year's Day in the final with Milton coming out on top. London had some injuries that day. Really seemed to add up as they got to the final game. Spivak with it. Spivak goes around the net, tries to sneak it past Wigmore. He makes the stop. But Messier forces a turnover and gets it back to Spivak. Wigmore knocks it off. And the Milton players, Spivak saying that Wigmore did it himself. He thought play had continued. And he's still talking to the ref about it. Quick face off McCormick. Gets it to Townsend, and he's away. Leads the threes up the ice. McCormick, nice little move, can't get it to go. McCormick and Baleshta. Baleshta assisted on all three of McCormick's goals in the first game. Looking to get that going here again. Baleshta controls with McCormick, gets to the slot, looks for McCormick back door. And Messier, one-on-one. McCormick with a nice move. Devine picks it off, but it ends up on the stick of Cam Salt. Salt tries to beat Davenport through the 5-hole. Ansel down to Salt. DiBenedetto gets it for Milton, and he leads the rush. Devine with DiBenedetto. Just steers it wide. Morgan to Ansel. Cannot find Salt on the stretch pass. So a minute 44 here in this semifinal game. Bit of a tighter affair here, Ian. Not much teams open up. Here's a 2-on-1 though. Devine back to DiBenedetto, and just like that, it's 1-0 for Milton.
Just the awareness to make that extra pass and see how much it obviously pays off, because you know Wigmore was going to come flying across with the highlight reel in his sights.
Yeah.
And then you just make that extra pass and get the opening.
Whitehead trying to cut in. That was kind of the first time that either team had made an error on the defensive end.
Yeah.
2-0 given up, and the Flyers able to capitalize on it. So 1-0 here with a minute to go here in the first half. Sheik controls it for London.
It just shows how delicate the puck possession is.
And Willer almost sprung on a break, just had it hop over his stick. Wigmore gets it.
You can control the puck for a minute, and then, you know, one turnover in the wrong spot, and it's an odd man rush the other way.
Baleshta knocked to the ground, still controls it. Whitehead has it. He curls back, trying to keep the 1-0 lead for Milton as the time is winding down. Baleshta, though, relentless on the forecheck. Whitehead gets away with Willer. Whitehead watched by McCormick. He cuts across the slot. Back to Spivak. 14 seconds to go. And that could have been too many men on the ice. And that's going to do it for the first half of this semifinal game between the Flyers and the Threes. 1-0 for Milton. And he had a tight affair until the last couple minutes when Milton was able to capitalize on maybe the only London mistake.
Yeah. And for the most part, I would say that, Milton controlled the play there. I think they did a good job of just keeping the puck away from London. And then they got this penalty shot on the hook. And just not able to capitalize. And Rich Wigmore, how many times have we seen that, takes away with the glove. And then, like you said, Dalton, the only mistake basically by both teams in that game leads to a 2-0. And boom, it's in the back of the net. So a 1-0 game here. And this is where Milton thrives. I mean, obviously you like to think it's kind of sounds stupid to say, obviously they play better with the lead. Every team thrives with the lead, but that's not necessarily true. And you can ask the Toronto Maple Leafs that, for one.
Yeah.
But Milton's one of those teams that, because of the way they play defense, they're tough to beat when they get up, and they have a great goalie. So we'll see if London can grind their way back into this one, but they've got to get more possession.
Mm-hmm.
They've got to get more possession here, because Milton's basically controlled this game.
And you mentioned it, Ian, with the great goalie and the possession game that these guys play, they are dangerous with the lead, and it's sometimes tough to come back on them. So we'll see if that continues, and especially if they're able to get another goal.
And they are one of the teams that's probably close to the top of the league as far as when you do have to start opening it up when you're trailing. They're really good at cashing in on the transition opportunities the other way.
And a stick goes flying. Cam Salt's stick goes into the air, and it looks like it's going to be a penalty for Milton.
No, it's going to be a penalty for London for playing with two sticks, I think.
I think it might be on the
let's
on
see
the
what
flying,
happens here.
the errant stick that I don't think either team knows who the penalties are.
Yeah, it's going to be against London for playing with the two sticks there. It seemed like a great play. Some good reflexes. Just catch it and pass it back to your buddy, but you definitely can't do that. McCormick got a good jump there, though.
DiBenedetto in, and Wigmore with the save. You mentioned it. McCormick with a fantastic stop. And he gets it all the way. Now he gets it back. McCormick in. Davenport with a fantastic poke check. And now all the way down to Devine. Devine gets bumped off the puck by Burgoyne. And McCormick has it. McCormick trying to get over to Patty Morgan. Fairbarn blocks it there. DiBenedetto. DiBenedetto tries to center. Devine almost got a stick on it. And here we see more of the same. Ian Milton really playing that puck control game.
And this is where you could see they almost got caught there with the over and back, but some good awareness to keep that puck deep. And now they're going to get a chance going the other way.
Might be the end of it.
No, guys were just too gassed at the end of that shift.
Could have been a too many men call again, but Townsend with a nice spin move. He gets it, fires it, almost bounces off a Milton player and in behind Davenport, but he's able to stay on top of it. Sheik with it to Townsend. Townsend dropped. Boleshta takes out the ref. He gets it back. Nice spin move. Boleshta into the slot and scores. Lukas Boleshta with another highlight reel marker at the expense of the ref.
Yeah, the ref ate that one pretty hard. And then if looks could kill, Boleshta would be down on the ice, because I don't think the ref was too happy about that one. But nonetheless, Boleshta is one of those guys that, just for comparison's sake, obviously I'm not saying he's on that level, but he's one of those Patty Kane-esque guys that can just, stick handle in a phone booth.
Yeah.
And he kind of showed that off there.
Fantastic hands by Boleshta, and he's got his team tied at 1 rematch here of the New Year's Day Classic final. The Milton Flyers taking that one home. Sheik with it. He walks in. No one comes out, and Davenport gets a stick on it to disrupt it. Baleshta controls it. He's dangerous. Baleshta looking for a slashing call, not going to get it. Burgoyne circles, finds Cam Salt right off the bench. Salt trying to play a give and go. Salt gets it back. So London with a strong possession here. Cam Salt back to the blue line. McCormick.
We're 3 minutes left, and
what a move by McCormick. And almost goes stick side.
I mean, we're 3 minutes in, and that's London's real first significant possession of the game.
McCormick, another fantastic move. Gets it to Salt, steered away by the stick of Jesse Messier. Fairbarn busts in. Tries to center it. Townsend, and a ref takes another shot. So the ref.
A different ref that time, though.
Okay, different ref.
We don't have,
the refs are.
I mean, and we're just calling them that because they don't have the names on their jerseys or anything, and we're not privy to that information. But so we'll say anonymous ref 1 and 2 so far, taking a beating out here.
So under 2 minutes to go, 1-1. McCormick gets it. Salt finds McCormick. Townsend gets it. Tries to center. McCormick almost steers it in. McCormick with some nice moves gets out, but controlled by Patty Morgan. Nice move to elude Forfar.
And the ice is really tilted here in the second half.
McCormick wires one. Davenport able to get a stop and reset for his team, who gets puck back after London had possession for the last 2 minutes. Devine in all alone, waiting for his teammate's turnover. Morgan misses Ansel, and back with the puck are the Milton Flyers. Spivak. Last minute of play here in the semifinal. Number 1, the 3HL Tour Guelph Games. Devine with a nice move, wires it. And here's Baleshta playing it back to Patty Morgan. 40 seconds away from extra time. Ansel gets in. Baleshta almost pulls it to his forehand. That could have been dangerous. DiBendetto to Willer. Willer gets it through and almost finishes off the highlight reel play. So 15 seconds left, one last chance before overtime. Salt to Burgoyne. Back to Salt. Salt spins. Salt looking for a hook. 3 seconds left. Whitehead's going to have to wire it. Not going to get a chance. So overtime here in semifinal number 1. Ian, kind of a tale of two halves of that last period. The first half, it seemed like Milton had all the momentum. By the end of it, London was the team controlling the play for the most part.
Yeah, London really started to dictate the pace there. They kind of gave Milton a bit of a dose of their own medicine there, just kind of controlling the puck, using the entire zone, spreading out, and creating some chances. We're really testing Dave Davenport for basically the first time in the game. And they really paid off for them. I mean, both teams had chances to win down the stretch and break the tie, but
here's a look at some of the goals here.
And you see the ref on the ice in the background. But that's Baleshta in small, confined spaces, just so shifty. Really, really good handles with the puck, and patient too. Very patient to make the right play. It beats Dave Davenport, but
so entering overtime, Ian, who's one player you're picking from each team to get the winner?
The Bucci challenge here?
Yeah.
I will go with McCormick and Fairbarn.
All right, I'll go with the two guys at the face-off, Messier and Baleshta. See who gets the winner here, sending their team to the finals. And London with an early 2-on-1. We're going over. Baleshta can't get a stick on it. And back the other way comes Milton. Jesse Messier. Messier curls and fires it into the net, and that sends the Flyers to the finals here in Guelph. Jesse Messier with the goal, and Milton is off to the finals.
And London's not happy. I think they thought there was a bit of interference around in front of the net. Nonetheless, it doesn't make a difference.
And my overtime pick was correct.
Yeah, you really show. I should have picked someone that was on the ice.
Yeah.
Rookie move by me.
So, for the second time, the Milton Flyers are off to the finals. They win this rematch of the New Year's Day Classic like they did on New Year's Day over the London Threes. And let's take a look now at the overtime winner, Jesse Messier. We'll try to get that replay for you.
As London salutes their faithful that made the trip.
And here it is. Messier with a great hesitation move. And there it is, and we'll send it down to Kelsey, who's with the overtime hero.
The overtime hero himself. We got Jesse Messier here. I mean, there's only one thing that we can really talk about. In the overtime, you took it right down there, put your whole body into it, won the game for you guys, are off to the finals. How do you feel?
It feels good, especially a game winner like that. I was a little rusty in the first game, but like I told you pregame, you got a hot goal, you can carry right to the final, and Dabby really stood his ground, keeping us in that game when it was 1-1, so it's nice to reward him.
Totally. Now, you guys controlled the game in the first half. London kind of came back in the second, and then in that overtime, less than a minute into it, you were able to put it in. What did you guys say kind of in your team huddle going into the OT?
Not much. We just knew we had to keep doing the same thing, and eventually we'd get our breaks. We had a few calls go our way early on, so we just kept grinding away, doing our thing. We knew we'd come out on top.
All right, now you've doubled your money here in this semifinal. You're going to the final now. Do you have predictions for this game?
Guelph has a really strong team from top to bottom. We've had quite a few strong games against them so far in the first couple tournaments, so I think they're the favorites for this game, but anything can happen, like I said.
Absolutely. Okay, we'll see you after this one.
Thank you very much.
So Milton off to the finals, and their opponent is going to be the winner of this game, the Guelph Brewers and the Markham Millionaires. The Brewers have been to the second round every single time. Have only made an appearance in the final once. That was last time in Collingwood, where they were defeated by the Markham Millionaires. So hopefully they're looking to take the next step. Let's take a look at their lineup, led by Brett McLean. You have Miles McLean, Matt Kennedy, Chris Chappell, Theo Peckham, Shake Kewen, Joe Underwood, Greg Sorelli, Brett Mackey, and Cody St. Jacques in between the pipes. One of the most talented rosters. And taking a look now at the Markham Millionaires, fresh off their first win, Nate Donaldson, David LeBlanc, who was fantastic in the opening round win, Randy Cox, Tyler Swan, Dan McEachern, Daniel Zweep, Andrew Bonello, Ryan Hilbich, Kyler Nixon, and the Electric Factory, Daryl Rothen in between the pipes. Rothen wasn't counted on to make too many saves in that opening round. Maybe this time he'll have some more highlight reel stuff. And
I think you can bet on him being tested in this one.
And the winner of this meets the Milton Flyers in the finals. So Markham into the second round for the first time. They'll definitely be amped up, trying to make it to the finals for the first time. As for the Brewers, trying to get over the hump as one of them, as we said almost every week, arguably the most talented team in this league, looking for that first tournament win.
Yeah, and I think if you're Markham, your chance of preventing Guelph to get to that final game is you've got to come out with that same energy you came with in the first one against Kitchener, because, now they've got that money in their pocket, the monkey off their back, but you've got to keep that same intensity. It's obviously human nature to maybe feel a little bit satisfied after getting the first win, but Guelph's going to give them a tough game, and I think one of the best ways to compensate for maybe that high-end talent that Guelph has is you just got to outwork them.
Yep.
And I think Markham's definitely not afraid to do that, and I think they're feeling good right now heading into this one.
And David LeBlanc was kind of the guy who led the way.
Yeah.
If you remember off the face-off, he had a breakaway in that first game. So
we'll see if he does it again.
So puck about to drop on semifinal number 2 here in Guelph. The Brewers playing in their hometown tournament definitely want to making an
LeBlanc,
appearance in
here
the
he goes
final.
again.
And there's LeBlanc again on the forecheck right to get this game started. And Peckham controls for the Brewers. LeBlanc. Miles McLean with it for Guelph. Miles McLean back to Peckham. Peckham walks in and scores. Squeaks it by Daryl Rothen. And Guelph jumps out to an early 1-0 lead.
Hey, he told us he was going to be a goal scorer today, and he wasn't kidding. I mean, Daryl Rothen's going to want that one back probably, but the Theo Peckham faithful are loving it.
Yeah, the kids over there, he must have said something to them before the game because they seem pretty fired up. But yeah, you know, Kelsey was talking to Theo before the tournament, and he said the guy's not giving him much respect. Kennedy in and wires one just wide. I think Theo has definitely got back in the favor, and there they go again. Kennedy squeaks it by Rothen, and Guelph, with just a minute into this game, is already up 2-0.
We kind of talked about it off air a little bit, that this one had the potential to get away from Markham. You know, if they don't have that that same jump, and they're letting guys get behind them right now a little bit. Just got to clean that up. It's only 2-0. We're only just over a minute into this game. You got lots of time to get things back. Just got to calm things down a little bit.
Mackey with it. Gets it into McLean. McLean puts the brakes on. McLean controls it on the half wall. Rothen out to get a stop, and maybe that can get him back into his rhythm. He was great in the opening round, couple unlucky bounces. St. Jacques been steady for the Brewers all day. Turns it over to Halebich. DeLu and St. Jacques up to the task. Trying to find Brett McLean just out of his reach. Guelph really doing a good job of getting back. Bonello with it now. Bonello tries to sneak one short side.
Thing about Guelph, too, is that they have the full 9 guys. So they can come out with a lot of jump every shift. And obviously, they wanted to put on a good show here in their hometown. So
Chappell with it, trying to get it over. Shea Kewen fires that just wide.
it's been evident so far that Guelph, obviously a talented team, but they're leading the energy category right now as well.
Kewen with it, trying to get it over to Chappell. Chris Chappell, still going to Spirit captain, so he definitely made a few trips to this building.
Oh, yeah.
During his time in the OHL. Theo Peckham almost gets another one. Rothen just gets the shoulder on it.
Yeah, that one stings. The collarbone's kind of a weird soft spot on the goalie chest pads, and it kind of, if you get hit right between that area between your mask and the chest pad, it's real tender.
So I think the ref,
I think they're going to put a bit of time back on the clock for this.
yeah, something was going on with the ice here. I think they're just giving Daryl Rothen a second maybe to collect his thoughts. Seems to be some snow. So Guelph dominating here early in this first half of the second semifinal. Scored 2 goals in the first minute of the game, and since then they've been controlling the play chance after chance. But, you know, as you pointed out, in tons of time, Markham just one shot away from being right back in this.
Oh, absolutely. I like I said, I think this break, if anything, could be good for them. Just kind of settle them down a little bit and get back into that rhythm.
So they did put time back on the clock, 3:45. And they're going to have a face-off, Donaldson and Kennedy. Donaldson wins that, getting it back to Bonello. And here, 3 wide go the Millionaires. All 3 crashing on the offensive end, and there, that's a risk. Peckham with Matt Kennedy, gives it off to Kennedy. Kennedy gets it over, and Peckham scores, makes no mistake, and Theo Peckham putting on a show here in Guelph.
I don't think the boys can chirp him anymore, and he's loving every single goal. But that was an absolute rocket. And then you have the hometown former captain of the Guelph Storm gives it up to Theo Peckham on the 2-on-0. And he makes no mistake.
And you saw there the Markham trying to push the pace offensively. Got caught with all three guys below the dots. And here's Cox. Nice poke check by St. Jock.
They've had a couple issues, Dalton, where they just miscommunications on who's going in on the forecheck and getting, two guys caught deep. And just little things, just a little bit of talk and clean that up.
And Rothen makes the stop there. And here's LeBlanc. He was fantastic for Markham in the opening round. See if he can get his team going here. Almost feathers the pass into Cox. So under 2.5 minutes to go here in the first half of semifinal number 2. Guelph in control, winning 3-0. Duluth squeaks one in. And maybe that's the break Markham needed to get back into this game.
Yeah, I mean, there's still lots of hockey left to be played in this, so that's a good one for Markham. But like we said, they've got to clean it up on making sure they've got someone, at least one guy high on the way back.
And off the back breakaway for Markham. And there's, Guelph. And another goal.
You just can't afford to have that happen after you finally, get one back and you just give up a breakaway off the draw. Just communication, I think. And then we go 3 wide on the draw again. I don't understand that.
And here's McLean, and he wires one. Rothen sticks out the pad. Yeah, Markham definitely taking some risks here offensively. Maybe they feel they need to
run and gun to win. I mean, they told us they wanted to score goals, and that was going to be their game plan today. But I think you got to give Daryl Rotham a little bit of a chance to catch his breath here.
Yeah, Guelph has controlled most of this first half. Turnover there by McLean. It gets to Mackey, though. And Mackey with a fantastic shot, bar down. And it's 5-1 Guelph Brewers in complete control.
I don't think anyone's going to complain on that one, but he had the man wide open on the back door for a tap-in, and he chose to shoot. The former Belleville Bull buries that one.
So 5-1 here in the dying seconds of the first half. 30 seconds left. Peckham, 2 of the goals. And, he said before the tournament, guys weren't giving him much respect in the room. I think he's earned it today with
He's demanded it.
Yeah, couple goals here, and he has scored in previous games this afternoon. Shea Kewen.
I don't know if I'm pushing this too much, but maybe we'll see him go for the Gordie Howe hat trick.
Kewen gets it over to Chappell, and Rothen gets across. So Daryl Rothen, when down and out, gets across. And that's going to do it here for the first half. So the Brewers in complete control, 5-1. Ian, we saw, I think the thing that we took away from that is that Markham was trying to take a few risks, and when they did, Guelph made them pay.
Yeah, Guelph just kind of flexed their muscle in that game. Everyone knows the talent they've had, but it's kind of been on display today that they can really score in bunches. They did the same thing to Toronto in the first game, doing it now to Markham here. This is a team that has a lot of firepower, and they're showing it off. And you see with these goals, it's a lot of odd man rushes too that Markham's given up. And I mean, Daryl Rotham might have wanted to have that back, but Theo Peckham's a guy obviously with an NHL shot. Then Matt Kennedy, I believe, squeaked that one through there. And it was just kind of a bit of an onslaught from Guelph until Markham, you thought they could maybe get back in the game. That put it to 3-1, I believe. And then right off the ensuing faceoff, they gave a goal right back. It kind of took the wind out of their sails, I think, a little bit, but still 7 more minutes to go.
Plenty of time for Markham to get back in it. Have to walk Guelph down a bit, but so here we go. Kennedy, the former Guelph Storm captain. Nice move at the blue line. He's in all alone. Wires one. Rothen can't grab it. Sweep with it. Watched by Kennedy, and Kennedy turns it over. Trying to get it to Miles McLean. Kennedy puts the brakes on and slows it down for Guelph. He gets it. And the Brewers score again. Oh, nope. They're waving it off. Ref saying no good. I think there was some interference there in the ref's eyes.
I think they're saying that.
Oh, McLean. Yeah, I don't know what the.
I think they were just saying that because he was down in the crease, that Rotham didn't have a chance to make the save. Would be my best guess, but.
Cox with it, looking for LeBlanc. LeBlanc wires one.
But a lucky bounce for Markham, because that probably would have been the final nail in the coffin there.
Mackey stretches it out. Gets it to Mackey, scored a fantastic goal, skating backwards for a bit there. Trying to get it LeBlanc, who's been the Millionaire's best player today. And here's LeBlanc going in, and there's a goal from David LeBlanc, continuing his hot streak today.
Yeah, he's been, whenever Markham's needed something, he's been the guy to provide it. So they're going to need more out of that from him, as that one cuts it to a 3-goal deficit. But, you know, you like to see that Markham's still fighting here.
It's Kewen. Nice little move. Gets it. Rothen grabs it, and he's quick to play it, trying to get it to Cox. It's behind him. Cox grabs it. Slowing down, waiting for some teammates. Cox tries to take Theo Peckham on. Peckham. Brewers content to keep this one very slow. No forecheck. Peckham's not going to force anything. Kewen, there's almost a 2-on-0 down there. Kewen gets it to Chappell, a few sticks getting away, and now it's a 2-on-1 the other way.
See, now this is...
And the goal from DeLue.
They got lucky that went in, because they had, again, all 3 guys up. If he makes that save, Guelph's going the other way. But, you know, they're in a situation here where when you're down 3, you got to take some chances, right? So I can see that a little bit more in that situation, and it paid off.
It has paid off. They've cut the lead to 2 after being down 5-1 at the end of the first half. Rothen making some fantastic saves to keep this team in it, and Swan now has it. Swan fires wide. Miles McLean with Kennedy. Miles McLean drops it to Kennedy. Kennedy fires one. Wraps all the way around the boards, and Bonello out to get it for Markham. Gets it to DeLue. Over to Bonello. Bonello keeps and scores. What a shot from Andrew Bonello, and we have ourselves a 1-goal game.
And don't count the Markham Millionaires out just yet. A beautiful shot by Andrew Bonello there, just under the bar.
So what seemed to be a blowout has turned into a tight 1-goal affair. And there's Rothen coming up with a huge save. He's made some big-time saves while they've been mounting this comeback. Here's Donaldson. Donaldson in. Net comes off.
I think even Guelph there maybe got a little bit too complacent after building the big lead, and just kind of got a little sloppy in their defensive assignments. Guys not getting back, and Markham made them pay. Now we're gonna have an interesting finish.
Here's McLean. McLean with it. He goes in, steers it just wide. Donaldson with Zweep and Bonello, all 3 Markham Millionaires ahead. Bonello gets it over. Zweep kicks it, can't control it. And they're going to get Markham. Too many men. So a costly error by the Millionaires, and Brett McLean's going to get a penalty shot, brought to you by Wingsville.
McLean's gassed here too. I wouldn't be surprised if LeBlanc catches him.
So McLean taking the Wingsville penalty shot, and LeBlanc would look like he was shot out of a cannon there.
Yeah, he went a little bit early. A bit of a false start there.
But I think
Theo Peckham's going to try and wipe him out.
And there's LeBlanc getting on his horse, trying to get up to disrupt McLean, and he might have done enough, and it's a goal. The puck squeaks in. David LeBlanc, though, was right on him. Unfortunately, Rothen just couldn't keep that one out of the net.
He couldn't keep himself out of the net.
Yeah.
His whole body just slid in there.
Momentum there, sliding. So Guelph restores a 2-goal lead. minute 30 here. Millionaires Rothen looking to get out of the net for that extra attacker. McEachran plays it down low to Cox. Cox with it, back to LeBlanc. Millionaires still not willing to pull the goalie. LeBlanc might have thought he got tripped. Shea Kewen. Kewen wires one wide. So under a minute to go, McEachran across to Cox. And now the extra attacker comes on. So Markham with 4 guys. Chappell down to Peckham. Peckham with 2 in this game already. See if he goes for the hat trick.
He's going to go for a skate. Oh.
And running into Theo Peckham. Doesn't look like a good time.
No. He might have taken the worst of that, though.
Swan has a puck bounce over his stick.
Nice play by St. John.
15 seconds left, and Guelph look like they're going to move on to the finals for the 2nd straight tournament. And the Brewers have they're in their hometown tournament, will play for it all. So the Guelph Brewers are off to the finals for the 2nd straight time. Markham Millionaires get their first win, a successful day for them. They get their first win, and they, after being down 5-1, they mount a comeback, get it to within 1 goal, unfortunately.
Showed a good amount of character in that comeback. They just kind of waited for their opportunities. Guelph got a little bit sloppy, and Markham capitalized to make it interesting. But a good job, and I think Daryl Rothman maybe, a couple goals maybe he would have wanted back. But overall, another good performance by him, and Guelph is just a team that when you play against them, you really have to put a solid game together because of how talented they are, how deep they are, you really don't have much room for error, and they kind of showed that when they jumped out to that huge lead and how quickly they can score in bunches.
Yeah.
I think that's been a factor in both of their games.
So we have our final set. The Milton Flyers and the Guelph Brewers, 2 of the top teams here in the 3HL, are going to meet for it all here at the Sleeman Center for the title of the 3HL Guelph Games. And we can now send it down to Kelsey, who's with a member of the Guelph Brewers.
All right, this win brings you guys to the finals. Tell me what it's like, playing in this arena here in the 3HL Tour after you were the co-captain of the Guelph Storm.
It's a lot of fun being back here. I've got a lot of great memories here, and it's fun to be back in the same arena. And, it's really familiar being here. I'm at a different end of the ice, which is kind of funny sitting on this bench, but it's nice to be out here on the ice again.
Awesome. So this one, you guys went out to a quick lead with under 1 minute in this game. You already had 2 goals. One was from you. Let's walk through your goal.
It was just a really nice pass up there from our D. They kind of sprung me and chipped off the boards, and I came to the slot, and tough play for the goalie. It was a 2-on-1, and he made a decision to cheat a little bit, and I snuck one by him, so it was nice.
It sure was. And now, at the end of the first half, you guys were leading 5-1. You let up just a little bit. Tell me what's going through your mind as the lead gets a little bit closer and closer coming to an end of the game.
Yeah, we let that one get away from us a little bit there. We talked about conserving our energy a little bit for the finals here. It's a quick turnaround, back-to-back games, and I think maybe we got a little bit too complacent, and they've got a good team. They capitalized on some chances, so we'll have to rethink our strategy next tournament, but we're happy to be going to the finals.
All right, now, speaking of the finals, no home team has ever won the championship at home. What could that mean for you guys as the Guelph team?
That'd be a lot of fun for us, for sure. We're still looking for our first tournament win, so I think guys are pretty excited, and it'd be fun to win here again, have another good memory here in Guelph, so I'm looking forward to it.
All right, my last question. I'm going to go let you celebrate with your team, get a little bit of a rest before you come back on in 10 minutes. This now is Guelph's back-to-back, time in the finals. What does that mean for you guys?
Yeah, it's definitely good. We had a rusty start there a little bit, but I think the team's starting to get to know each other a little bit better, and 3-on-3 is a different hockey game, so it's tough to get used to a little bit, but I think we're starting to figure it out, and we've got a good team. We think we do anyways, so we're going to try and take that to the finals.
Hey, now's a good time to figure it out, right? Okay, go get some rest. We'll see you in the next game. We'll be right back after this quick break.
You might say just 10 cents, but for over 60 years, March of Dimes has turned this into a force for transformation, changing the lives of thousands of Canadians with disabilities. Today, March of Dimes Canada is a national organization helping countless children and adults live full, independent lives. But to make it happen, we need these more than ever before. The miracle of transformation is in your hands.
Hey there, hockey fans. I'm here at Community Hearts with several of with Carly, the executive director, as well as some of the participants, Justin, Connie, and Duncan. The 3HL is proud to have partnered with Community Hearts. Carly, tell us a little bit about what Community Hearts does.
Community of Hearts is a lifelong learning center for adults with developmental exceptionalities. So we work on basic life skills, social activities, and skills, just trying to make sure that everyone's a great community citizen in Guelph.
Again, thanks again, Carly.
Thank
to
you.
Community Hearts. Community Hearts and the 3HL partnered for the 3HL Guelph Games. We're excited to have them. They're in the building today. Wave, say hi there, Community Hearts. Hey guys.
Hey.
Hi, I'm Matt Nickel from BioSteel Sports Nutrition. Here to talk to you a little bit today about proper nutrition and proper training for hockey players in the off. Everybody knows that it's important for hockey players trained to be fast, to be explosive, to have great endurance, to have great strength. It's also extremely important that they stay on top of their nutrition and have proper nutritional habits. Our BioSteel HPSM is the healthiest, safest, and most effective sports drink on the market. It's a great way for professional athletes and regular Joes alike to stay healthy, to stay hydrated while they're training, while they're competing through a long, hard workday. It maintains energy levels in a healthy and effective way. Maintains focus and attention during a stressful period of time, whether that's during practice or at work, and also make sure that we stay healthy as we're training.
We are here in Guelph at the Sleeman Center, getting set for the final here at the Guelph Games. Dalton Finkbeiner with Ian Duffy. And here are the highlights from the last game we just watched. The Guelph Brewers punching their ticket to the finals, but not before the Markham Millionaires mounted almost completed a comeback. They were down 5-1 at halftime, and they got it to 5-4.
Well, you almost just wonder as you watch these highlights if that came right off a goal, that face-off, and they give it right back. As you see, Dave LeBlanc, like he was their spark plug all day.
He was fantastic today.
The thing for me is, when you see this, you wonder if it's not for some of the mental errors as they made the comeback. But some of the mental errors in the first half of the game, they would have been right in it with a chance to win, but some mental mistakes that just kind of cost them because obviously Guelph's a team that they're going to create their offense. They don't need any help from you, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like, so if you want to beat that team, you can't give them any freebies.
Yeah.
And Markham just struggled a bit in the first half, and then a case of too little, too late.
Yeah, the Brewers definitely made the best of their chances. And here's the goal that was the difference. So let's take a look now at the bracket, see each team's road to get here. The Milton Flyers defeated the Newmarket Saints in the opening round and then got past the London Threes in the semifinal. As for the Brewers, they had a hard-fought game against the Toronto Bees in round one, and another tight affair against the Markham Millionaires to get to their second straight final. These teams have played each other before. Milton did win the game to get to the 3HL. They won to get to the final on New Year's Day. Let's take a look now at their roster, captained by Tristan Fairbairn,
Kevin Willard, Jesse Messier, who was the MVP of that win on New Year's Day, Carson Devine, who's been fantastic today, Daniel Spivak, Jordan Forfar, Justin DiBendetto, and of course, one of the best goalies in the league in Dave Davenport, a very deep and balanced team, and always a threat to win the title. Flipping over to the Guelph Brewers, led by Brett McLean, Miles McLean, Matt Kennedy, former captain of the Guelph Storm, Chris Chappell, former captain of the Sarnia Spirit,
Saginaw.
former Evans Saginaw.
I'll help you out a little bit.
Theo Peckham of the Oilers, Shake Hewen, Joe Underwood, Greg Sorelli, Brett Mackey, and Cody St. Jacques. Thank you for helping me there, Ian. And Theo Peckham,
No
a guy
problem.
who felt he needed to step up today, was talking to Kelsey pregame, mentioned that, and he has today.
Yeah, he just felt like, obviously he was joking around, having some fun with it, but I think, there's a little where there's smoke, there's fire. I think he wanted to provide a little bit more offense and just contribute more on the stat sheet than he had been in previous tournaments, and I think he certainly did that today. And they're going to need more of it in this last game against Milton, a team that's...
They've already won. They've already gotten it done. So.
And they've already beaten Guelph to do so. They're a team that, because of their defense and having Dave Davenport back there, they're a tough out. And they can kind of thwart Guelph's offensive firepower a little bit. As you see the highlights of the game where they kind of took Guelph down.
And then they got past the London Threes to get that tournament win.
And I think, too, obviously that last game got close, but I think Milton maybe even today a little bit more battle-tested. I think they had maybe a tougher road to get here, whereas Guelph, with the exception of a couple lapses, kind of waltzed their way to the finals today, and I'm sure they'll be ready to go, but I expect that this will be a good back-and-forth game, but at the same time, it wouldn't shock me if it was low-scoring.
So we will take another break before the final. Stay tuned after the game for the Muscle Milk MVP. You're watching the 3HL Tour. We are here in Guelph at the Sleeman Center, the site of the 3HL Tour's Guelph Games Dalton Finkbeiner with Ian Duffy, and we are set for the finals. The hometown Guelph Brewers looking for their first ever 3HL Tournament Championship, taking on the Milton Flyers. Here's another look at the Guelph Brewers roster. Matt Kennedy, former member of the Guelph Storm. Theo Peckham, former Edmonton Oiler, has been on fire today. Flipping over to the Milton Flyers, keep an eye on Jesse Messier, won the MVP when the Milton Flyers were crowned champions of the 3HL's New Year's Day Classic. So these two top teams in the league will meet again, this time for the title of the Guelph Games. And the Brewers, Ian, they've been rather consistent. They haven't lost in the opening round at all this season. Trying to get their first tournament title, though, something Milton's already done.
Yeah, I was going to say, can Guelph finally get over the hump? I mean, this is a good opportunity here, but it's a tough test. The big one for me in this game, I think the biggest factor looking at this game is Guelph's obvious. I think a lot of this game will be played in Milton's zone, but Milton's a pretty stingy defensive team. The big thing will be, can Guelph defend against the counterattack? Because that's how Milton loves to get their offense going. An odd man rush is going the other way out of their zone, so Guelph's just got to be aware of that and make sure they have a guy hanging high, a guy or two. So here we go.
Here we go. And last time these two teams, time these teams played in Toronto, the Flyers did a fantastic job limiting the Guelph offense. Guelph only scored one goal in that defeat on New Year's Day. So see if they can do that again. Messier gets the puck deep. And Messier almost puts one in right off the face-off there. Kennedy corrals it. The former Guelph Storm member. Pack him over to McLean. McLean gets into the slot, crisscrosses McLean. Fires it, puck bouncing. McLean across to Peckham. Peckham has 3 goals today. Kennedy, quick pass to McLean. McLean chips it into the slot. Kennedy on the back check, harassing Messier. Oh, and Jesse Messier takes a hard tumble, and he's going straight to the bench. That didn't look great, and Devine almost squeaks one in.
It was just kind of an awkward hit into the boards. I mean, Messier's letting the ref have it, but I don't think it was necessarily a penalty. It was just awkward.
McLean across, and that's a goal. So the Brewers on the board. And that's the power of this Guelph offense. They're a quick strike team, and that goal coming from the other end in the back of the net in less than 10 seconds.
Yeah, and they're getting it from just about every guy on the team. I mean, Matt Kennedy's had some goals today. He's usually one of their leading scorers, but Theo Peckham and some other guys really contributed today and helped balance this attack a little bit. Even we saw Brett Mackey with that rip in the last game off the bar. So
Brewers back at it again. Sorelli with the goal. Greg Sorelli, he's had a few goals today. Hewen with it. Hewen scored 2 goals in the finals last week in the loss to Newmarket. Guelph still controlling it. Hewen with it behind the net. Hewen rubbed out the puck by Whitehead. Guelph 2 guys back. Whitehead tries to go through the legs. Whitehead has the puck poked away. Spivak gets it back for Milton. Willer to Spivak. Nice move inside. Still controlling it. Both these teams having extended pushes in the opponent's offensive or defensive end, sorry. Willer to Spivak.
I mean, if you're
Milton, there's this over and back roll, so it's the skate blade of Spivak crosses center, and the Brewers are going to get the puck back. And this puck control, Messier asking the ref for a little clarification on that. Kennedy with Mackey and Miles McLean. Both these teams showing off their ability to control the puck.
Well, I think if you're Milton, you have to look at it from the perspective that, you know, Guelph can't score if they don't have the puck. So offense is almost your best defense in that situation. I mean, not that they're not comfortable playing in their own end, because they've shown that they can shut any team down in this league.
And what a toe drag by Messier. Almost squeaks that through the 5-hole. And Milton very aggressive on the forecheck. Mackey picks it up. Mackey, partial 2-on-1 here for the Brewers. Mackey over to Kennedy. Kennedy fires it. Davenport, great job to get across. Kennedy tries to sneak it through the screen. Dave Davenport with a few big-time saves here early. Devine.
Shot popped the buckles right off his mask.
Devine controls it at the top. Over to Fairbarn, to DiBenedetto. DiBenedetto down to Devine. Milton with some nice puck control here in the first half. Theo Peckham has the puck stolen by DiBenedetto out of midair. Devine tries to bat it, and he takes a spill. McLean away with Sorelli. They've already hooked up for a goal in this one. McLean cuts into the slot and tries to find Sorelli back door. And here goes Devine again. Under a minute and a half to go here in the first half. The Brewers ahead by just one in the final of the 3HL Guelph games.
Ooh.
Whitehead almost picking.
Might have got the butt end of his stick there.
With a nice drive. Kewen trying to get it across to Chappell. Hit the skate of Spivak. Kewen drops it. Last minute of play. Kewen tries to center it. Teams taking turns controlling the puck for extended periods of time. Chappell knocked off a puck by Spivak, and he's away. He's got Whitehead with him. Spivak tries to go 5-hole, a nice save there. And Chappell is away. Game opening up here in the final minute of the half. Chappell makes a move. Great save by Davenport. 30 seconds left. Willer with Messier. Willer wires one. Kennedy controls, slows it down, gets it over to Mackey. Drops it to Miles McLean. 10 seconds to go. Miles McLean over. Mackey gets rubbed out on the boards. Mackey still with it. Over to McLean, who has the puck bounce over his stick, and that's going to do it for the first half. So, Ian, both teams with strong the puck possession games, and they both displayed that at different points in the first half.
Yeah, some strong goaltending. Yeah, it wasn't as back and forth as maybe we thought. Both teams, like you said, though, Guelph's a bit of a quick strike team. I don't think they need much possession to establish offense. So it can be misleading when you're watching the gameplay if Milton has the puck for X amount of time, but. I think Milton did a pretty good job. I mean, anytime if you're within a one goal for either way, I think either one of these teams are comfortable. But I think it's big for Guelph that they got the lead to try and push Milton out of their comfort zone and get them to kind of play a more attacking style where we're more used to seeing them playing back a little bit.
Yeah, they're a team that, the Flyers, that when they get the lead, they're very hard to get it back from. So. From a Guelph standpoint, it's good the Brewers got the one goal, but still just a one-goal lead. And Milton had their share of chances as well. And, last game we saw Guelph have a massive lead, and they kind of let up a bit in the second half. See if Milton can jump on them here early in the second half. McLean trying to find Kennedy, just steers it towards the net. Kennedy roughed up in the corner by Messier. Kennedy curls. Messier gets his stick on it. Gleed with it to Forfar.
Oh,
and what a pass. Forfar gets it across, and DiBenedetto finishes it off. So once again, Guelph surrenders a goal early in the second half. See how they respond. Sorelli and McLean, they've had some good chemistry here today. McLean had the assist on Sorelli's goal here in the finals, and once again they're away. Sorelli over to McLean. McLean stops. Gets it back. And Davenport with a quick glove. Di Benedetto drops it to Devine. And he gets it down. Di Benedetto here trying to make a move, and Kewen's away with it. So 3-on-2 advantage for Guelph. Kewen drops it for Chappell. Chappell tries to get it through. Almost gets it to Kewen. So Milton
Nice
sharp here early on. Chappell walks in. He's got Kewen and Mackey with him on the ice. Gets it to Mackey. Kewen calling for it. Gets it. Quick pass to Chappell. Kewen's looking for a call. Was hauled down there by Whitehead. Now Whitehead has the puck. Whitehead looking for a passing lane. Gets it back to Gleed. Gleed with it, charges in. Gleed tries to chip it. No luck. So 4:40 left here. And Gleed knocks down the lengthy pass. And Whitehead with the cheeky little tip just wide.
I think that caught the post there. Sounded like there was a
Gleed
bit
trying
of a
to find Whitehead. Whitehead back to Gleed at the top of the slot. So Guelph under some pressure here in the second half.
Yeah, St. Jacques had to be sharp. He's made a couple nice plays playing with the puck as well. Another one there.
Here's McLean. McLean trying to get over to Kennedy. Peckham breaks that up. McLean has Sorelli with him. 2-on-1. McLean with Sorelli. McLean keeps, and Davenport able to knock that away. I think Messier dropped down on the ice and might have got a piece of that. Here's Fairbairn, the captain. The captain wires one wide.
That had some heat on it.
So things picking up here as the second half winds down. Sorelli has been all over the ice. Di Benedetto, the goal scorer for the Flyers. And here's Peckham. Peckham to McLean, and McLean and Sorelli again on a 2-on-1. McLean, and a fantastic play by Spivak. And almost gets it to Di Benedetto. So things opening up here as we get to the final 3 minutes of the second half. And what a tip! So the Brewers have taken a 2-1 lead with 2:50 left to play. So Milton now in need of a goal. Spivak gets around Kewen. He's got Willer and Whitehead with him. Spivak over to Willer. Drops. Spivak still with it. Two guys hit the ice. Whitehead with it. Tries to tuck it in the post. Kewen with a diving play.
You're not going to not dive with this kind of money on the line.
Willer, that shot's tipped. Kewen has it, and a nice little shot there. And they go to the ice, Willer and Kewen.
Under 2.
Under 2 to play here at the Sleeman Center. The Guelph Brewers trying to win their hometown tournament and take home their first 3HL Tour victory. They lead by 1. Kennedy off the board. Trying to find Mackey. Messier. Pivots in the corner. Pushed off the puck, and they're going to call a penalty. Home crowd does not like it. So the Milton Flyers are going to get a penalty shot with a minute to go here. And it's going to be Jesse Messier, the Wingsville penalty shot. Messier, 2 chasers on him. Messier And the puck's sitting there, and it's a goal! Forfar there to clean it up. And what a turn of events. Messier, pressure from Kennedy on the back check, misses the penalty shot, but Forfar there to clean up the rebound. And the Flyers have tied it here in the final minute.
That's the beauty of that puck being live off the save.
And DiBenedetto close to ending it. Peckham takes a spill. Mackey has Kennedy. Kennedy, the former member of the Guelph Storm. He'd love to get the winner here in his old arena. Mackey alone in front. Mackey can't get it by Davenport.
Just couldn't quite corral it, otherwise he...
And DiBenedetto away with it.
Nice save.
And he gets it fired.
St. John's has had to make some big saves down the stretch here.
Brewers, McLean gets it and just tipped wide by Chappell. Willer with it, 5 seconds to go. And no good, so we're going to overtime here at the Sleeman Center. The final of the 3HL Tour Guelph games will be decided in OT. And Ian, an unlucky break there. Kennedy appears to make a hit and refs a different way. And then a wild sequence.
Pretty debatable.
And a wild sequence on the penalty shot where the initial puck was stopped. Jesse Messier had it turned away, but Jordan Forfar was there to jump on the rebound and send this game to overtime.
That's the importance of following those up and going for the rebound, and no one on Guelph was there to kind of clean it up. So, they pay the price, but I'm sure they won't make that mistake again.
So here's a look at the tying goal.
There could have almost been another trip on this.
Kennedy got, and the puck's just sitting there for Forfar to put it in. Crazy sequence of events, and as you said it, Ian, that's the beauty of that puck being live. So you see Matt Kennedy and the ref talking that over, and Kennedy obviously not happy with the call at the end of the game that forced that penalty shot. He did his best to disrupt Messier. He was aggressive as a chaser, right on him, and did disturb the move of Messier. But nevertheless, here we are in overtime. The Milton Flyers and the Guelph Brewers. Next goal wins the 3HL Guelph games here at the Sleeman Center. Whitehead dances in. Whitehead trying to make a nice little move to Mackey. Puck bunched in the air. Given up to Spivak. Kennedy looking for it, trying to go all the way across back to him, and he gets it. Kennedy sees Mackey pinching in. Mackey with it. Mackey on the sideboards, watched by Messier. Whitehead gets it away. Mackey and Messier get tangled. And here's Whitehead. Pretty little move. Looking for Fairbarn on the far side. Turns it over, and Theo Peckham has the puck. Peckham back to Kennedy. Kennedy comes in, stick on it by Whitehead, and Davenport covers it. Fairbarn pushes the pace for the Flyers. He wires one. And Fairbarn inches away from getting the W. Sends it all the way down to McLean. McLean looking for the trailer wide. Almost intercepted there by DiBenedetto. McLean has it though.
Oh.
And what a glove save by Dave Davenport.
Some good patience by Guelph there on that one to wait and hit the trailer coming down the middle.
Gleed with it. Gleed has it lost in his skates for a second. Gleed gets it to Devine. Devine in all alone. Devine wires one, inches away. Back to Devine.
Can you tell the legs are starting to go a bit for these
He curls
guys?
to the top of the circle, fires one through traffic. Di Benedetto with it. Gleed. Back to Di Benedetto, almost an over and back. Devine. Gets it to Willer. Willer almost has it. And Theo, he's roughed
Just
up by
wipes
Theo
him out.
Peckham in the corner. Big size difference there between Willer and Peckham. McLean's going to take a crack at it. Davenport easily steers that away. Gleed. Drops it to Willer. Jesse Messier, he's tripped. Don't know if the refs are going to have a repeat of what happened at the end of the third. Gleed wires one.
Oh.
Couple close calls here in overtime.
Even I'm getting caught up in the oohs and ahs of the crowd.
Down to Jesse Messier. Messier wiped out there by Peckham, and Peckham gets it. Peckham watched by Messier. Messier, and it's a thunderous collision into the boards between Jesse Messier and Theo Peckham. It's Spivak. Spivak comes across. Nice block by Kewen.
Oh.
Comes out to Willer. Willer across to Spivak. The puck, and it goes in! Daniel Spivak scores, and the Milton Flyers are champions here in Guelph.
And St. Jacques was fighting desperately to keep that one out. And I thought he did a good job, and I thought Guelph might have had a chance to clear it there, but that's the thing too when you catch the guys at the end of a long shift.
Yeah.
Opportunities you thought, and a tough bounce too for Guelph. St. Jacques makes the save, they go to clear it, bounces off a shin pad and back into the slot. But we've seen that all day, right? So sometimes it just doesn't bounce your way, and we'll have to wait another weekend to see if Guelph will get their first championship. But
so 2 times to the second round now, 2 straight times losing in the final. Definitely will be hungry the next time out. The Milton Flyers spoil the party here, beating Guelph in their home tournament in overtime. Daniel Spivak, the hero, and the Milton Flyers are the first ever 2-time champions. Yep. And you sort of see the Milton. They've lost in the first round. They've won twice. So this league, the parity is. They might be the first 2-time chance, but it's kind of all over the place.
And I think you're starting to see too. You can't forget that save by Dave Davenport.
Yeah. And we'll send it down to Kelsey, who's with the overtime hero.
Daniel, the big man on the big team, you scored that overtime goal to take it for your team. You guys are now the champions. $7,000. How's it feel?
Feels good. Everyone's working really hard. At the same time, just good chances. Got a lucky one at the end there, but everyone's working hard, so it's happy to win, and that's what we came here to do. So it's good for us, and good for them to show up, and everyone gave their best, but we won.
You guys won the championship back in New Year's. You won it again now. You're now the only team to win it 2 times. Tell me about the feeling now getting this check for the second time.
Getting the check is it's a bonus. We all love playing hockey. That's why we all do it. The tournaments are a ton of fun. It's good to see that more and more people are coming to it. So it's a bonus for us to keep winning. Obviously, that's the reason we're here. At the same time, it's good to be a part of something really awesome.
All right, go celebrate with your team.
Send it down now to Justin, who's with the Milton Flyers, presenting them with their check the second time. So Dave Davenport is the Muscle Milk MVP. Ian, he was fantastic. We talk about the goalies all the time in this league, and Dave Davenport was very deserving of the Muscle Milk MVP.
Well, he's been instrumental in both of their championships. I don't think there's any doubt about that. And like I was saying, you can't underestimate that big glove save he made down the stretch. The glove save that would have ended it, actually. So a well-deserved MVP for Dave Davenport.
And we'll send it to Kelsey, who's with the Muscle Milk MVP.
Muscle Milk MVP, congratulations on tonight's game. You made a number of huge saves, including overtime and the 2 halves in that one. Tell me about the game.
It was a pretty high-tempo game there. I know we're both pretty tired there. It's our 3rd game there, but I guess we just had the extra energy there in the tank.
You came in as the number 1 goalie. You're leaving again as the MVP of this one. Tell me what you're going to do with all your Muscle Milk gear now.
I'll probably drink quite a bit when I get home tonight, so I'm pretty tired, pretty sore, and looking forward to it.
All right, so we asked your one more player, the guy who scored the winning goal. You're the goalie, though, just as important. You guys are now the only team to win it twice in this whole history of 3HL. Tell me how you feel going home with that title.
It feels pretty good. I know now I was pretty nervous for the first game playing the top seed in Newmarket, but I guess everyone's going to be gunning for us now, so we got to be ready to go in Aurora. We're on the 25th.
All right, congratulations again. Thank you. Guys?
Ian, the Milton Flyers are champions for the 2nd time, and I think they're kind of showing how they can be a dominant team in this league and, maybe one of the most balanced teams.
Yeah, I think, you heard Dave Davenport just talk about Newmarket and how they were a little bit nervous for that game, and I think that's why we talk about, why we give Newmarket so much credit for being such a good team. From the goalie on out, they're so good. Talk about Chris McKinnon, the elite scorer. Well, Milton's kind of built in the same way that they have the top-end goaltender. I think Dave Davenport's pretty much cemented himself as the top goalie in this league now. He's been rock solid, instrumental in both of their championships, and I just think they don't have the clear-cut top-end scorer, but other than that, they get balanced scoring, a balanced attack. They're great in their own end, and they capitalize on their opportunities. They're one of those teams that's very pesky almost. And it works for them. And they work hard. They have talent. They have great goaltending. So, and like Dave just said, I think they're going to have a target on their backs now heading into future events. So that changes things a little bit. It's a little bit of a different dynamic being the hunted instead of the hunter. So I can't wait for the next event.
Next event is in Aurora on the 25th. The Milton Flyers will be the defending champions. The Milton wins here in Guelph. They're champions of the Guelph Games here at the Sleeman Center, the first 2-time champions in the 3HL
Heavy
Tour.
pockets.
Heavy pockets for the Milton Flyers. That does it for us. Thanks to Ian. Thank you to Kelsey as well. Thanks to the guys at JVI Sports. We are out. Have yourselves a great day.